Why do we have consciousness at all? Think about the strangest thing you have ever done without thinking about it. Maybe you were driving home and suddenly realized you had already traveled several kilometers without remembering every turn. Your hands were moving. Your eyes were watching the road. Your brain was processing thousands of pieces of information. And somehow you were just there, experiencing it all. But here is the part that should genuinely mess with your head. Your brain is made of physical matter, neurons, chemicals, electrical signals, tiny biological structures following the laws of physics. And yet, somehow, all of that activity produces the feeling of being you. You do not just process information. You experience it. You see red, and there is something it feels like to see red. You hear your favorite song, and it can suddenly bring back a memory you forgot existed. You feel embarrassed, excited, afraid, or completely at peace. Somewhere inside your brain, all of these physical processes become your private experience of reality. And science still cannot fully explain why. We know an enormous amount about what the brain does when we are conscious. Scientists can measure patterns of brain activity. They can observe which regions become active when you see something, remember something, make a decision, or feel pain. We even know that certain brain injuries can dramatically change a person's personality, memories, emotions, or sense of self. But there is a strange gap hiding underneath all of this knowledge. Knowing what the brain is doing does not necessarily explain why those processes come with an experience at all. Imagine a camera. It can detect light, recognize faces, and store images. We can explain exactly how its sensors work. But we do not assume the camera is secretly experiencing the color blue. Your brain is different because when information is processed, you experience that information from the inside. And this is where the mystery becomes almost uncomfortable. Why is there something it feels like to be you? Why are you not simply a biological machine that reacts to the world without any inner experience? You see a fire, your brain detects heat and danger. Your body prepares to move, and your heart starts beating faster. All of that can be described physically. But then there is the actual feeling of fear. Where does that feeling come from? This is sometimes called the hard problem of consciousness. The difficult part is not explaining how the brain controls behavior. Scientists are getting better and better at doing that. The difficult part is explaining why brain activity produces subjective experience in the first place. And if that sounds too abstract, think about your own life. Right now, you are probably not thinking about the fact that you are conscious. You are simply using your consciousness to listen to these words. You have thoughts appearing in your mind. Maybe an image just appeared in your imagination. Maybe you briefly remembered a person you know. Maybe you noticed a sound in the room. Your brain is constantly constructing a model of the world and a model of you inside that world. One influential scientific idea, called the global workspace theory, suggests that consciousness may happen when information becomes widely available across different systems in the brain. Instead of remaining trapped inside one specialized process, information becomes accessible to memory, attention, decision-making, language, and other mental systems. That helps explain why some information reaches conscious awareness while other information does not. Think about your name. You probably were not actively thinking about it 5 seconds ago. But the moment I ask you what your name is, that information suddenly becomes available to your conscious mind. The brain was not necessarily storing that information for the first time. It was already there. Something simply brought it into the spotlight. And this gives us an important clue. Consciousness may not be a single object sitting somewhere inside your brain. It may be something your brain does when different processes become connected in a particular way. But even that leaves us with the bigger question. Why should information becoming globally available feel like anything? Why does it not just happen silently? Scientists have proposed several competing explanations. Some focus on how information is integrated across the brain. Others focus on prediction, suggesting that your brain is constantly generating predictions about the world and updating them when reality disagrees. Some theories argue that consciousness emerges from complex patterns of information processing, while others suggest we may need a completely different way of thinking about the relationship between mind and matter. And then there is an even stranger possibility. Maybe consciousness is not something the brain creates in the simple way we imagine. Maybe the brain is more like a system that organizes and transforms experience. We do not currently have enough evidence to say that this is true. In fact, scientists strongly disagree about many aspects of consciousness. But that uncertainty is exactly what makes the mystery so fascinating. Because consciousness is not some distant phenomenon hiding in another galaxy. You are experiencing it right now. Every thought you have, every memory you access, every emotion that moves through you, every moment of boredom, excitement, confusion, or wonder is happening inside this mystery. And the strangest part is that the thing trying to solve the mystery is the mystery itself. Your brain is studying consciousness while using consciousness to study the brain. That means humanity is in an unusual position. We are pieces of matter that somehow became capable of looking at the universe and asking why anything feels like anything at all. We still do not know exactly why consciousness exists. But every time you become aware of yourself thinking, feeling, remembering, or simply existing, you are witnessing one of the deepest unsolved problems in science. And maybe the most unsettling question is not why your brain can think. It is why there is someone inside the process to experience the thinking. S. Where does the sense of self come from? F. There is a strange little voice inside your head that you almost never question. It says, I am here. I am the one seeing this. I am the one remembering yesterday. I am the one making this decision. And because that feeling is present every waking moment of your life, it seems completely obvious that there must be a single person inside your brain who is running the show. But what if there is not? What if the feeling of being you is something your brain builds, moment by moment, without you ever noticing? Think about how quickly your sense of self can change. You wake up in the morning and immediately know who you are. You remember your name, your relationships, your past, your plans, the things you like, the things you are afraid of. All of those memories connect together and create a powerful feeling of continuity. You feel like the same person who went to sleep last night. But your brain is not simply carrying around a permanent copy of you. Your brain is constantly changing. Connections between neurons strengthen and weaken. Memories become distorted. Your personality can shift with age. Your priorities change. The way you see yourself after a major success can be completely different from the way you saw yourself after a painful failure. And yet, somehow, through all of those changes, you still feel like you are the same person. That feeling is so convincing that we rarely stop to ask where it actually comes from. Scientists have discovered that the brain does not appear to contain one specific location where the self lives. There is no tiny control room hidden behind your forehead where a miniature version of you watches everything happening around you. Instead, your sense of self seems to emerge from several systems working together. Your memories tell you where you came from. Your senses tell you where your body is right now. Your emotions tell you what matters to you. Your brain constantly monitors your actions and predicts what you are going to do next. All of these signals are combined into something that feels incredibly personal. The result is a story, and your brain is remarkably good at telling it. Imagine you are walking through a crowded shopping center. You hear someone call your name. Instantly, your attention turns toward the sound. You recognize your voice, your body, your memories, your surroundings. You know that the person being called is you. But notice something strange. You did not consciously build that feeling from scratch. You did not sit down and calculate your identity using your memories and physical sensations. Your brain simply produced the experience automatically. This becomes even more interesting when scientists study people whose brains have been damaged. Certain neurological conditions can disrupt a person's ability to recognize parts of their own body. In a condition called somatoparaphrenia, some patients can become convinced that a limb belongs to someone else. Imagine looking directly at your own arm and genuinely feeling that it is not yours. The arm has not disappeared. The person can still see it, but the brain has lost part of the process that normally creates the feeling of ownership. That tells us something important. The feeling that your body belongs to you is not as simple as it seems. It is constructed by the brain, and researchers can demonstrate this construction in healthy people too. One famous example is the rubber hand illusion. A person places one real hand out of sight while a fake rubber hand is positioned where the real hand would normally be. If researchers repeatedly touch the fake hand and the hidden real hand at the same time, the brain can begin to treat the fake hand as if it belongs to the person. The brain is basically saying, the visual information and touch information match, so this must be part of me. It sounds ridiculous until you experience it. Suddenly, something that is obviously made of rubber can start feeling strangely connected to your own body. That tells us the brain does not simply discover the self. It actively constructs it, and this may explain something much bigger. Your sense of self might be less like a permanent object and more like a constantly updated model. Your brain needs to know where your body ends and the outside world begins. It needs to predict what your body is doing. It needs to remember what happened to you. It needs to anticipate what might happen next. So it builds a model that ties all of these things together. This model says, this is my body. These are my memories. These are my goals. These are my thoughts. These are the things that happen to me. And because the model is running continuously, you experience it as a stable identity. But stability does not necessarily mean permanence. Think about who you were 10 years ago. You probably had different interests, different fears, different beliefs, different friendships, and maybe even a completely different idea of what you wanted from life. Yet when you remember that person, you usually do not think of them as a total stranger. You think, that was me. Your brain connects the different versions of you into one continuous story. And memory plays a huge role in that process. You are not constantly experiencing your entire life. You are experiencing one tiny moment at a time. The feeling of being the same person across decades depends partly on your brain connecting those moments through memory. But memory is not a perfect recording. Every time you remember something, your brain reconstructs it. Details can change. Emotions can change. Your interpretation can change. So even the story you use to define yourself is being edited. That means your identity may be much more flexible than it feels. This could explain why certain experiences can completely change someone's sense of who they are. A breakup, a failure, becoming a parent, losing someone, moving to another country, surviving something terrifying, or achieving something they never believed was possible can force the brain to rebuild its model of the self. You are still physically the same human being, but the story your brain tells about who you are can change dramatically. And that leads to one of the most unsettling ideas in neuroscience. Maybe there is no single self hiding somewhere inside your mind. Maybe there are memories, sensations, emotions, predictions, habits, and decisions, all interacting with each other. And the feeling of one unified you is what emerges from that interaction. You do not have to feel less real because your self is constructed. After all, a rainbow is constructed by light, water, and your perspective. A wave is constructed by countless movements of water. Something can be real without being a single physical object. Your sense of self may work the same way. It could be one of the brain's most sophisticated creations, so convincing that the creation itself never realizes it is being created. And every second you remain aware, your brain keeps updating that model. So when you look in the mirror and think, "That is me," it feels like the simplest statement imaginable. But underneath those 3 words is an astonishing amount of brain activity. Your memories, your body, your emotions, your expectations, and your perception are all coming together to produce the feeling that there is one continuous person at the center of it all. And somehow, that person feels like you. Herr Fresser, how does the brain create our experience of reality? A. Close your eyes for a few seconds and imagine the room around you. You can probably picture where the walls are, where the furniture is, where the light is coming from. You might even be able to imagine the temperature of the room or the sound of something happening nearby. Now open your eyes. It feels like you are seeing reality exactly as it is. But you are not. What you experience as reality is actually a construction happening inside your brain every second you are awake. Your eyes do not see the world in the way you think they do. They collect light. Your ears do not hear sounds in the way you experience them. They detect vibrations. Your skin does not directly experience the outside world. It detects changes in pressure, temperature, chemicals, and other physical signals. Your brain takes all of that incoming information and turns it into the world you experience. And the truly strange part is that your brain is not simply recording what is happening, it is making predictions. Think about walking into a dark room. At first, you can barely see anything. Then, after a few moments, familiar shapes start appearing. You begin recognizing furniture, doors, and objects. The room did not suddenly become more detailed. Your brain became better at predicting what the limited information meant. This is one of the biggest clues scientists have about perception. Your brain is constantly combining incoming sensory information with everything it already knows. It is basically asking, what is most likely happening right now? That sounds harmless until you realize how often your brain gets the answer wrong. Optical illusions are the easiest way to see this. You can look at an image and genuinely perceive movement where nothing is moving. You can see lines as different lengths, even when they are identical. You can hear a sound differently depending on what you expect it to say. The information entering your brain can stay exactly the same while your experience changes. That means perception is not just about what enters your senses. It is about what your brain believes those signals mean. Take vision. When light enters your eyes, it is converted into electrical signals by specialized cells in the retina. Those signals travel through neural pathways and eventually reach areas of the brain involved in vision. But your brain does not receive a little movie of the world. It receives patterns of neural activity. From those patterns, your brain has to work out where objects are, how far away they are, whether they are moving, what they might be, and whether they matter to you. That is an enormous amount of interpretation. And your brain does not process everything equally. Imagine walking through a crowded street while looking for a friend. Hundreds of faces may pass in front of you, but one familiar face can suddenly jump out of the crowd. The visual information was already there. Your attention changed what became important. Your expectations changed what you noticed. Your brain effectively filtered reality before you were consciously aware of the filtering. This is why you can sometimes miss something that is directly in front of you. Researchers have demonstrated this through experiments involving inattentional blindness. When people concentrate intensely on one task, they can completely fail to notice an unexpected event happening right in front of them. The eyes can receive the information. The brain can process parts of it, and yet you may never consciously experience it. That is a shocking idea because we usually assume that seeing something means becoming aware of it. It does not. Your brain is processing far more information than ever reaches your conscious experience. And this becomes even stranger when you consider pain. If you touch something extremely hot, sensory receptors detect the dangerous temperature and send signals through your nervous system. Your body can begin withdrawing your hand incredibly quickly. In fact, some protective responses can begin before you consciously experience the pain. The brain is not waiting for your conscious mind to approve every reaction. It is constantly predicting, filtering, prioritizing, and responding. This is why your experience of reality can sometimes feel completely different from what another person experiences in the exact same situation. Imagine two people walking into the same restaurant. One person notices the music immediately. Another notices the smell of food. Someone else is distracted by a conversation happening nearby. The physical environment is mostly the same, but their brains construct different experiences from it. Your expectations, memories, emotions, attention, and previous experiences all influence what becomes meaningful. This is also why fear can transform ordinary situations. If you are walking through your house at night and suddenly hear a noise, your brain does not calmly wait for perfect information. It makes a prediction. Maybe it is the heating system. Maybe it is an animal. Maybe someone is inside the house. For a moment, your brain may choose the most threatening interpretation because the cost of missing a real danger can be much greater than the cost of being temporarily frightened by a harmless sound. Your heart starts beating faster. Your attention narrows. Your muscles prepare to move. The world suddenly feels different. Nothing about the room necessarily changed. Your brain's interpretation changed, and that interpretation becomes your reality. This is why modern neuroscience increasingly views perception as an active process rather than a simple recording system. Your brain is constantly comparing its predictions with incoming sensory information. When the prediction matches what arrives, everything feels normal. When there is a mismatch, the brain updates its model. You can see this happening when you recognize a familiar voice in a noisy room. At first, the sound may be unclear. But once your brain realizes who is speaking, suddenly the words become easier to understand. The sound did not become cleaner. Your brain changed the way it interpreted the signal. And this happens constantly. Every face you recognize, every object you identify, every familiar smell, every word you understand is the result of your brain taking incomplete information and turning it into a meaningful experience. So when you look at a tree, you do not experience every photon of light bouncing from every leaf. You experience tree. When you hear a dog bark, you do not consciously experience thousands of pressure changes in the air. You experience dog. When you look at your own hands, you do not consciously calculate their position using signals from your eyes, muscles, joints, and skin. You simply experience them as your hands. The brain hides the complexity, and that may be the greatest trick of perception. Reality feels immediate. It feels direct. It feels like you are simply looking out through your eyes at the world exactly as it exists. But between the outside world and your conscious experience is an astonishing amount of biological processing. Your brain is not giving you reality raw. It is giving you its best working model of reality. Most of the time, that model is so accurate that you never question it. But illusions, dreams, hallucinations, memory errors, and altered states of consciousness reveal the machinery underneath. They show that the world you experience is not just something your brain receives. It is something your brain continuously builds. And every moment you spend awake, your mind is taking signals from the outside world, combining them with memories and expectations, deciding what matters, predicting what comes next, and creating the seamless experience you simply call reality. You are not watching the world from outside your brain. Your brain is constructing the version of the world that you experience from the inside. Why do we dream, and what are dreams really doing? At some point tonight, your body will become almost completely still, your eyes will close, and your awareness of the world around you will begin to disappear. Then, somewhere inside your sleeping brain, something incredibly strange can happen. You might suddenly find yourself standing in a place you have never visited. Someone you have not seen in years may appear beside you. You could be flying, falling, running from something, or having a completely normal conversation in a world that makes absolutely no sense. And while it is happening, you usually do not stop and ask whether any of it is real. You just accept it. That is one of the strangest things about dreaming. Your brain can create an entire reality while your body is lying completely still in bed. For centuries, people have wondered whether dreams contain hidden messages, warnings, memories, or glimpses into something beyond ordinary consciousness. Modern science has moved away from many of those ideas, but the real explanation may be even more fascinating, because scientists still do not have one simple answer for why we dream. We do know that dreaming is strongly associated with certain stages of sleep, especially rapid eye movement sleep, when brain activity becomes remarkably active. During these periods, areas involved in emotion memory and visual imagery can become highly active, while some regions involved in critical reasoning and careful judgment become less active. That combination may help explain why dreams feel so convincing, while also being completely bizarre. You can dream that your childhood home has suddenly become a giant hotel, that your old teacher is your neighbor, and that you are somehow late for an exam you have not studied for in 15 years. And inside the dream, none of that necessarily seems strange. Your brain is generating the experience while temporarily reducing some of the systems that would normally challenge the logic of what is happening. But here is where the mystery gets deeper. What if dreams are not just random movies playing inside your sleeping brain? One major scientific idea is that dreaming may be connected to how the brain processes memories and emotions. During the day, you collect an enormous amount of information. Conversations, faces, sounds, fears, frustrations, tiny details you barely notice. Your brain cannot treat all of this information equally. Sleep appears to be important for memory consolidation, the process through which some experiences become more stable and integrated into long-term memory. That does not mean your brain simply presses a save button while you sleep. It is more complicated. Your brain may replay, reorganize, strengthen, weaken, and connect pieces of information while you are asleep. Dreams could sometimes emerge as your conscious experience interacts with this ongoing activity. This might explain why a dream can suddenly combine a person from your childhood with something that happened yesterday. Your brain is not necessarily telling a coherent story. It may be connecting fragments. And there is another fascinating possibility. Dreaming could help your brain process emotional experiences. Imagine you had an incredibly stressful day. Maybe someone embarrassed you, you argued with someone you care about, or you spent hours worrying about something that has not even happened yet. You eventually fall asleep, and hours later you wake up remembering a bizarre dream that seems unrelated to the entire situation. But emotionally, it may not be unrelated at all. The people and places in the dream can change, while the underlying emotional themes remain similar: fear, loss, excitement, embarrassment, desire, uncertainty. Your brain may be working through emotional information without presenting it in a straightforward way. And this helps explain why some dreams can feel more emotionally intense than real life. The reasoning part of your mind may be quieter, while emotional and sensory systems remain highly active. So you can wake up from a dream that lasted only a short time and still feel genuinely terrified, heartbroken, or relieved. Your body reacts to the experience because, from the brain's perspective, the experience was real enough to trigger those emotional systems. But there is an even more unsettling question. Why do we remember so few dreams? Most people dream several times during a normal night, yet by morning, much of that experience has disappeared. You can wake up knowing you had an incredible dream, only to watch the details vanish within minutes. This may happen partly because the brain systems responsible for forming and retrieving certain kinds of memories operate differently during sleep. If you do not wake up and actively preserve the memory, the dream can dissolve incredibly quickly. It is almost like your brain created an entire world and then allowed most of it to disappear. And sometimes, that world feels more real than anything you experienced that day. Consider lucid dreaming. During a lucid dream, a person becomes aware that they are dreaming while the dream is still happening. Some people can even influence what happens next. Imagine realizing that the room around you is not actually a room. You are asleep in your bed, but your brain has created the walls, the floor, the people, the sounds, and the entire environment you are experiencing. That tells us something profound about consciousness. The brain does not need the outside world to generate a convincing experience of reality. It can construct one internally. And if your brain can create a complete world while you sleep, it raises an uncomfortable question about waking life too. How different is ordinary perception from dreaming? During the day, your senses constantly provide information from the outside world. That information helps constrain what your brain can imagine. During a dream, much of that external information is reduced, so the brain has far more freedom to generate its own experience. But in both cases, your brain is constructing what you experience. That does not mean waking life is a dream. It means your conscious experience always depends on the brain interpreting information. Dreams simply expose that process in its most extreme form. Maybe that is why dreams remain so fascinating. They reveal a version of the human mind that normally stays hidden. While you sleep, your brain can become a storyteller, a simulator, a memory organizer, and an emotional processing system all at once. We still do not know exactly why dreams exist, and there may not be one single purpose behind every dream. But we do know something extraordinary. Every night, without consciously choosing to do it, your brain can build entire worlds, fill them with people you know, emotions you can feel, memories you barely remember, and events that never happened. Then morning arrives. You open your eyes. The dream disappears, and for a few seconds, you are left with the strange realization that your own brain just showed you a world that never existed. It asks, how can the brain produce thoughts from electrical activity? Right now, without moving a single muscle, you can think about something that is not even in the room. Maybe picture your childhood home. Maybe imagine biting into a lemon. Maybe remember something embarrassing that happened years ago. Nothing outside your brain has to change for any of that to happen. The room stays the same. Your body can remain completely still. And yet, inside a few seconds, your mind can travel through places, memories, emotions, and ideas. That should be impossible to ignore, because your brain is physical matter. It is made of cells, chemicals, blood vessels, proteins, and electrical activity. There is no tiny person sitting inside your skull pushing buttons labeled memory, imagination, or sadness. And yet, somehow, this biological tissue produces thoughts. That is one of the most astonishing facts about being human. When you think, something is physically happening inside your brain. Neurons are changing their electrical state. They are communicating with other neurons. Chemicals are being released across microscopic gaps. Vast networks of cells are becoming active in particular patterns. But how does a pattern of electrical and chemical activity become an actual thought? That is where the mystery becomes much deeper. A single neuron is not thinking. It does not know your name. It does not understand a joke. It does not remember your childhood. A neuron is essentially a biological communication cell. It receives signals from other neurons, processes those signals, and when the conditions are right, it generates an electrical impulse called an action potential. That impulse travels along the neuron and can eventually cause chemicals called neurotransmitters to be released into the tiny space between neurons. Then another neuron receives those chemical signals. Now imagine this happening across billions of neurons, connected through an enormous network containing trillions of connections. One neuron influences another. That neuron influences several more. Some signals increase the likelihood that another neuron will become active. Others reduce it. The result is not a simple electrical wire carrying one message from point A to point B. It is an incredibly complicated network constantly changing its activity. And somehow, out of these changing patterns, your brain produces things like language, memory, imagination, decisions, and emotion. Think about the word apple. You can read the word and immediately understand it. But what exactly happened inside your brain? There was no tiny apple sitting inside your skull. There was no miniature picture of an apple stored somewhere like a photograph in a drawer. Instead, your brain activated a network associated with the word, its meaning, its appearance, its taste, your memories, and your experiences. For someone else, the same word may activate a completely different collection of memories and associations. Maybe they remember picking apples with their family. Maybe they think about a particular dessert. Maybe they dislike the taste. The word is the same. The brain response is not identical. This is why scientists increasingly think that thoughts are not stored in one specific location like files on a computer. They are distributed across networks. Your memory of a person may involve information about their face, voice, name, emotions, conversations, and places you visited together. Different parts of the brain contribute different pieces. When you remember that person, your brain reconstructs the experience from those interconnected patterns. And this explains something that seems ordinary, but is actually incredible. You can think about something that is not happening right now. Your brain can take information from the past, combine it with information from the present, and use it to imagine something that does not exist yet. That is what happens when you plan a vacation. You imagine a place you have never visited. You picture yourself walking around. You think about what you might eat. You predict what could go wrong. All of this happens through physical activity inside your brain. And your brain is not simply reacting to the outside world. It is constantly predicting what might happen next. This predictive ability is one reason humans can solve problems before they happen. Your brain uses previous experiences to generate possible outcomes, then compares those predictions with new information. When you decide not to touch a hot pan because you expect it to burn you, your brain does not need to wait for the pain. It can use memory and prediction. When you recognize a friend's face from far away, your brain is not starting from zero. It has learned what that person looks like and uses that knowledge to interpret incomplete visual information. In a sense, thinking is partly the brain manipulating its own internal representations. But here is the part that should bother you. We can describe the electrical signals. We can describe the neurotransmitters. We can observe which brain networks become active during certain tasks. We can even measure patterns associated with particular kinds of thoughts. But knowing the physical activity does not automatically tell us why the activity feels like something from the inside. We can say that certain patterns of neural activity are associated with seeing red. We can describe what happens when you recognize a face. We can identify brain regions involved in memory, attention, language, and decision-making. But why does that activity produce the experience of thinking? Why does a pattern of electrical signals become the thought, "I miss my friend"? Why does another pattern become the mental image of a beach? Why does another become the sudden realization that you finally understand something? We are still trying to answer that. And this is where the brain becomes more fascinating than any computer we have ever built. A computer can process electrical signals, but your brain does not simply process information. It learns. It changes itself. Every experience can alter the strength of connections between neurons. Repeated activity can make certain pathways easier to activate. New experiences can reshape old associations. Your brain is constantly modifying the very network that produces your thoughts. So the thought you are having right now is being generated by a brain that has been shaped by everything that happened to you before this moment. Your childhood, your conversations, your fears, your mistakes, your habits, the things you learned, the people you met, the experiences you barely remember. All of them helped shape the network that is now producing your thoughts. That means your mind is not separate from your history. Your history is physically written into the changing structure of your brain. And perhaps the strangest part is that you can use your thoughts to change that brain even further. When you learn a new skill, practice a language, repeatedly focus your attention, or build a new habit, the activity of your brain can contribute to lasting changes in its connections. You are not simply using your brain. In a very real sense, your experiences are continually helping shape the brain that will produce your next thought. So the next time a thought suddenly appears in your mind, remember what is happening underneath it. Billions of neurons are communicating through electrical and chemical signals. Networks are activating and interacting. Memories are being reconstructed. Predictions are being generated. Information is being compared, filtered, and connected. And somehow, out of all that physical activity, a thought appears. You do not see the electrical signals. You do not feel the neurotransmitters crossing microscopic gaps. You simply experience the final result, an idea, a memory, a question, a feeling, a thought. And that may be the most extraordinary thing your brain does every single second. Why does time feel faster or slower in our minds? Have you ever looked at the clock and thought, how is it already this late? Maybe you sat down to watch something for what felt like 20 minutes, only to discover that 2 hours had disappeared. Then think about the opposite. Remember the last time you were waiting for something you desperately wanted. A few minutes could feel painfully long. You check the clock, barely any time has passed, and somehow those few minutes felt enormous. The clock did not change. Your brain did. That is one of the strangest things about human experience. We live inside physical time, but we do not experience it at a constant speed. Sometimes an hour feels like a few minutes. Sometimes 5 minutes can feel like an entire afternoon. And scientists have discovered that our perception of time is deeply connected to attention, emotion, memory, and the amount of information our brain is processing. Think about being completely absorbed in something you love. You are playing a game, having a great conversation, exploring a new place, or watching something that completely captures your attention. You stop checking the time. You stop thinking about how long you have been there. Then suddenly, you look at the clock. Hours are gone. This is often described as time flying when we are having fun. But there is something deeper happening. When your attention is heavily focused on an activity, fewer mental resources are available for monitoring the passage of time. Your brain is busy processing what is happening rather than constantly asking how much time has passed. The result is that time can feel compressed. Now imagine sitting alone in a room waiting for an important phone call. Every few seconds, you notice the clock. You think about how long you have been waiting. You check your phone. You look at the clock again. You notice every tiny change around you. In that situation, your attention is directed toward the passage of time itself. And suddenly, time feels painfully slow. This gives us one important clue. Our experience of time is not simply produced by a clock inside the brain. It is influenced by what the brain is paying attention to. Emotion can make the effect even stronger. Fear is a perfect example. People who experience a sudden dangerous event sometimes report that everything seemed to happen in slow motion. A car suddenly swerves toward you. You fall unexpectedly. Something frightening happens. For a moment, the world can seem strangely slowed down. But does the brain actually make time run slower? Probably not. One explanation is that intense fear dramatically increases attention and arousal. Your brain becomes extremely focused on detecting changes in the environment. It starts processing information with unusual intensity. Later, when you remember the event, that dense collection of memories can make the experience seem much longer than it actually was. This creates an important distinction. The experience of time while something is happening can be different from how long that event feels when you remember it. And memory may be one of the biggest reasons time seems to accelerate as we get older. Think about a child experiencing a summer holiday. Everything is new. A new place, new foods, new people, new experiences. A single week can feel enormous. Now compare that with an adult spending a week doing the same routine they have followed for years. Wake up, work, eat, come home, sleep. Repeat. The week can disappear almost without leaving a trace. Why? One possibility is that our brains use memorable changes and events as landmarks when reconstructing the past. When a period contains lots of new experiences, the brain creates more distinctive memories. Looking backward, that period can feel longer because there are more individual events separating one moment from another. But when days become repetitive, fewer moments stand out. You might remember an entire month as one blurry block. Nothing necessarily made the month physically shorter. Your memory simply contains fewer distinct markers. That is why the first day in a new city can feel incredibly long while the 10th day may seem to disappear. At the beginning, your brain is processing everything. The streets look unfamiliar. The buildings are different. The language may sound strange. You are constantly learning. Your attention is active. Your brain is creating new associations. Later, many of those surroundings become familiar. The brain can process them more efficiently. You stop consciously noticing details that once demanded your attention. And subjectively, time can seem to speed up. This also helps explain why waiting can feel so different from remembering. Imagine waiting 30 minutes at an airport with nothing to do. Those 30 minutes can feel endless. But months later, you may remember that entire day as passing quickly. Your brain is not storing a perfect recording of every second. It is reconstructing the experience. And reconstruction depends heavily on what was memorable. This is why two people can experience the same amount of physical time and later describe it completely differently. One person might remember an afternoon as incredibly long because they were bored and constantly watching the clock. Another might remember the same afternoon as short because they were deeply engaged in conversation. The physical duration was identical. The psychological duration was not. And there is another fascinating example. When people are under extreme pressure, their perception of time can become distorted. Athletes may describe moments as slowing down during critical events. Performers can lose track of time while completely immersed in an activity. People experiencing intense emotional states can feel as though time has either stopped or accelerated. This tells us that time is not just something we passively receive. Our brains actively construct our experience of its passage. We do not have a simple internal stopwatch ticking away at a perfectly consistent rate. Instead, different brain systems track duration, attention, change, and memory, and our conscious experience of time emerges from the interaction between them. That is why the same 10 minutes can feel completely different depending on what is happening inside your mind. 10 minutes of waiting, 10 minutes of panic, 10 minutes of laughter, 10 minutes of meditation, 10 minutes with someone you love. The clock says they are identical. Your brain does not. And perhaps the strangest part is what happens when you look backward at your life. A childhood year can feel incredibly long when you remember living through it. But decades later, that same year may seem like it happened yesterday. The past has not changed. Your relationship with the past has. Your brain is constantly deciding which moments deserve attention, which experiences become memories, and how those memories are connected. So when you say that time is flying, you are not imagining it. You are experiencing a real psychological phenomenon. But the clock is not speeding up. Your brain is changing the way time feels. And that means the sensation of time passing is not simply something happening to you. It is something your mind is constructing, moment by moment, based on what you notice, what you feel, what you remember, and what you expect. The seconds keep moving at the same pace. But inside your mind they can stretch, collapse, disappear, or become unforgettable. And that is why sometimes you look at the clock and wonder where the entire day went, while at other times, a single minute can feel almost impossible to survive. Frères, how does the brain decide what we pay attention to? Wait, right now, there are probably hundreds of things your brain could be paying attention to. The feeling of your clothes against your skin, the temperature of the room, distant sounds, your breathing, the position of your hands, things happening outside the window, and countless other details are all reaching your senses. Yet somehow, you are focusing on these words. Most of everything else has faded into the background. Your brain is constantly surrounded by information, but your conscious mind only experiences a tiny fraction of it. And the strange part is that you usually have no idea what your brain decided to ignore. Think about the last time you were waiting for someone in a crowded place. There may have been hundreds of conversations happening around you. But the moment you heard your name from somewhere across the room, your attention probably snapped toward it. You did not consciously search through every sound and decide which one deserved attention. Your brain detected something important and pulled it into awareness almost automatically. This ability is incredibly useful because without it, the world would be completely overwhelming. Every sound, movement, face, smell, and sensation would compete for your attention at the same time. Your brain solves this problem by constantly ranking information. It is asking, what matters right now? What could be dangerous? What is relevant to my current goal? What is unexpected? What have I learned to care about? And this process happens incredibly quickly, often before you consciously realize that a decision has been made. One of the most important factors is your goal. If you are searching for your friend at a train station, your brain becomes especially sensitive to faces, clothing, movement, and anything that matches what you expect your friend to look like. If you are looking for your phone, suddenly every rectangular object starts attracting your attention. The environment has not changed. Your brain has changed what it considers important. This is why attention is not simply about seeing more. It is about selecting what deserves deeper processing. Your eyes can receive information that your conscious mind never notices. Your ears can detect sounds that never become meaningful experiences. Your brain is processing enormous amounts of information in the background, but only some of it gets promoted into your conscious awareness. Scientists have demonstrated this through a phenomenon called inattentional blindness. In experiments, people can become so focused on a specific task that they fail to notice something completely unexpected happening directly in front of them. The surprising part is that the missing object is often obvious once someone points it out. You can look at the same scene again and suddenly wonder how you ever missed it. That tells us something uncomfortable about attention. Seeing is not the same as consciously noticing. Your brain can receive information without giving that information a place in your conscious experience. And attention is not controlled only by what you want to notice. Your emotions can hijack it. Imagine walking alone at night and suddenly hearing a noise behind you. Your attention immediately shifts. Your body becomes more alert. You start scanning the environment. A tiny movement that would have been completely irrelevant during the day suddenly becomes extremely important. Fear changes the priority system inside your brain. The same thing happens with excitement. If you are waiting for an important message from someone you care about, your phone can suddenly become the most interesting object in the world. Every notification grabs you. Every vibration feels important. Your attention keeps returning to the same possibility because your brain has decided that information could have a major emotional consequence. This is why attention can feel almost impossible to control sometimes. Your conscious intention is only one part of the system. Your brain also responds to novelty, emotion, reward, danger, and learned associations. And there is another powerful influence that most people underestimate: expectation. Your brain does not approach every moment as if it has never seen the world before. It carries predictions based on previous experience. If you walk into your bedroom, you already expect to see certain objects in certain places. Because of that, you do not need to consciously inspect every corner. Your brain can process the familiar environment efficiently. But introduce something unexpected, and attention suddenly wakes up. Move a chair to an unusual location, and you may notice it immediately. Put something strange on your desk, and your eyes can keep returning to it. Your brain is sensitive to mismatches between what it expects and what it actually receives. This is one reason novelty is so powerful. New information demands more processing because the brain cannot rely completely on its existing predictions. The same principle explains why advertisements, social media notifications, and short videos can be so difficult to ignore. They are often designed around exactly the features that naturally capture attention: novelty, emotional stimulation, uncertainty, and unpredictable rewards. Your brain does not need to consciously decide that something is important. The system can be triggered before deliberate control even has a chance to step in. But attention is not simply something that happens to you. You can also train parts of it. When you repeatedly practice focusing on something, you are strengthening the ability to maintain attention despite distractions. This is part of why musicians can concentrate on tiny details in sound, athletes can track rapid movements, and experienced professionals can notice patterns that beginners completely miss. Their brains have learned what deserves attention. The world is not necessarily giving experts more information. They have become better at selecting the information that matters. And that may be the most important thing to understand about attention. Your conscious experience is not a complete picture of everything happening around you. It is a filtered version created by your brain. At any given moment, your senses are receiving far more information than you could possibly process consciously. Your brain has to decide what gets priority, what stays in the background, and what never reaches awareness at all. And sometimes, the things you notice are not necessarily the things that are most important. They may simply be the things your brain has learned to care about. That means your attention is quietly shaping your reality every second. Two people can stand in the same room, hear the same sounds, see the same events, and walk away having experienced completely different things because their brains selected different details. You do not consciously experience everything that happens around you. You experience what your brain decides is worth letting you notice. And once you realize that, something becomes much more unsettling. The question is no longer just what are you paying attention to. It is how much of your experience is being decided before you even realize you are making a choice. Vassar, why do we experience déjà vu? You walk into a place you have never visited before, and suddenly something feels deeply wrong in the most fascinating way. You look around and get this powerful sensation that you have already been here. You know you have not. You cannot remember when it happened. You cannot explain why the hallway looks familiar, why the conversation feels strangely predictable, or why the next few seconds seem like something you have already lived through. And for a brief moment, reality feels like it has repeated itself. That feeling is déjà vu. It can last only a few seconds, but while it is happening, the sensation can be incredibly convincing. You are not simply remembering something. You are experiencing familiarity without being able to identify the memory that supposedly caused it. It feels like your brain is telling you, I have experienced this before, while another part of your mind is saying, no, you absolutely have not. For a long time, people connected déjà vu with strange possibilities. Some wondered whether it was evidence of past lives, forgotten memories, parallel realities, or even glimpses of the future. But neuroscience offers a much more grounded explanation, and somehow, the scientific explanation may be even stranger. Your brain has several different systems involved in memory. One system helps you recognize that something feels familiar. Another helps you remember where and when you encountered it. Normally, these systems work together. You see a person and immediately know that you have seen them before, while your memory can also tell you where you met them. But imagine those systems briefly falling out of sync. You could experience the feeling of familiarity without retrieving the specific memory responsible for it. That may be one of the reasons déjà vu feels so mysterious. You are not necessarily remembering the event. Your brain may simply be generating the sensation that the event is familiar. Think about how recognition normally works. You walk into your childhood home and instantly know that you have been there before. You do not need to consciously search through your memories to prove it. Familiarity arrives almost automatically. Your brain detects patterns that match stored information. Now imagine entering a completely new environment that happens to contain a similar arrangement of details. Maybe the room has furniture positioned in a familiar way. Maybe the lighting resembles another place. Maybe the shape of the doorway, the position of the people, and the sound in the background resemble something you experienced years ago. You may not consciously recognize any of those similarities, but your brain could. And when enough pieces overlap, your brain may generate a powerful feeling of familiarity without giving you a clear memory to attach it to. Suddenly, you feel like you have been there before. One fascinating possibility is that déjà vu can happen when the brain processes information slightly differently across different systems, or at slightly different moments. A perception may reach one part of the brain and create a familiarity signal, while the detailed memory system does not produce a matching recollection. The result is an unusual mental mismatch. Something feels remembered, but you cannot remember it. This is why déjà vu can feel almost like a glitch in reality. The outside world has not necessarily repeated. Your brain has produced two signals that do not completely agree. And there is another reason déjà vu is so difficult to understand. Human memory is not a perfect recording system. Every time you remember something, your brain reconstructs it. Memories can be influenced by later experiences, emotions, expectations, and similarities between different events. That means your brain is constantly comparing the present with a huge collection of stored experiences, many of which you are not consciously aware of. You might have encountered a similar place years ago and completely forgotten it. You might have seen a similar scene in a movie. You might have experienced the same pattern of conversation in a different situation. You might even have noticed tiny details without consciously remembering them. Then something in the present activates that old pattern. Your conscious mind does not retrieve the original memory. Instead, you simply get the feeling that this has happened before, and that feeling can be powerful enough to make you question your own certainty. This is especially interesting because déjà vu is often associated with the feeling that you know what will happen next. You may suddenly think that you already know what someone is about to say or what you are about to see around the corner. But research suggests that this sense of prediction can be part of the same familiarity illusion. Once your brain labels the current situation as familiar, it can create the impression that the next moment should also be familiar. In other words, the brain may be turning familiarity into a feeling of prediction. And because the experience is happening inside your own mind, it can feel impossible to distinguish the sensation from genuine memory while it is happening. There is also an important difference between déjà vu and simply remembering something incorrectly. When you misremember an event, you usually have a memory you believe is true. With déjà vu, you often have the opposite experience. You feel that something is familiar, but you cannot find the memory that proves it. That distinction is one reason scientists think déjà vu may involve the brain's familiarity and recollection systems behaving differently. And strangely enough, the experience is not necessarily a sign that something is wrong with your brain. Déjà vu can happen to healthy people, and many people experience it occasionally. It tends to be especially interesting because it reveals something about how memory works when everything is functioning normally. Your brain does not wait for you to consciously remember something before deciding that it feels familiar. It is constantly scanning the present for patterns that resemble the past. Most of the time, that system works so smoothly that you never notice it. Déjà vu is what happens when you catch the machinery in the act. For a few seconds, the normal separation between remembering and recognizing becomes blurry. You become aware of something that usually happens silently in the background. Your brain is comparing the present with the past. It is searching for patterns. It is measuring familiarity. And suddenly, it produces a feeling that seems impossible. I have been here before. Even when another part of you knows that you have not. That is what makes déjà vu so fascinating. It does not necessarily show that reality has repeated itself. It may show something far more personal. Your brain is constantly predicting, matching, comparing, and reconstructing your experience, and every once in a while, those processes create a tiny mismatch that becomes impossible to ignore. For a few seconds, your own memory system makes the present feel like a memory, and you are left standing there, wondering whether you have somehow lived this moment before. Professor, how does the mind create memories that never happened? Imagine remembering something that never happened to you. Not a vague feeling. Not a dream you confused with reality. A memory that feels completely real. You can picture the place. You can remember who was there. You can almost feel what you felt at the time. And if someone told you it never happened, you might honestly argue with them. That sounds impossible. How can your brain remember an event that never existed? The uncomfortable answer is that memory was never designed to be a perfect recording of your life. Your brain does not store every moment exactly as it happened, and then replay it later like a video. Instead, remembering is more like rebuilding an event from pieces of information stored across different parts of the brain. And because reconstruction is involved, mistakes can happen. Sometimes, your brain can take something you actually experienced, combine it with something you imagined, heard, or were told, and produce a memory that feels completely authentic. This is called a false memory, and the disturbing part is that you do not necessarily experience it as false. You experience it as a memory. Think about something simple from childhood. Maybe you remember standing in a particular room, wearing a certain outfit, while a family member said something specific to you. You can picture the scene clearly, but where did those details come from? Maybe the event really happened. Maybe some of it happened. Maybe you heard the story so many times that your brain eventually created a visual version of it. Maybe you saw a photograph and unconsciously filled in the missing details. You may never know. That is because memory is not simply about storing information. It is also about reconstructing meaning. One of the most important structures involved in forming memories is the hippocampus. It helps the brain organize information about events, places, people, and relationships between different details. But when you remember something, the brain does not simply retrieve a complete file from the hippocampus. It reconstructs the event using stored pieces. And every time you remember something, there is an opportunity for those pieces to be modified. That does not mean your memories are constantly being destroyed. It means memory is flexible, and flexibility is useful. Your brain does not need to preserve every meaningless detail of your life. It needs to extract what matters, connect experiences, recognize patterns, and use the past to guide future behavior. But the same flexibility that makes memory useful can also make it inaccurate. Imagine you are telling a friend about an event that happened years ago. Your friend remembers one detail differently. You discuss it. They explain what they remember. You start thinking about their version. Later, when you remember the event again, some of their information may have become mixed into your own memory. You may not remember hearing the detail from them. You may simply remember the detail. This is one reason false memories can be so convincing. The brain does not attach a giant label saying, "This information came from your imagination. This detail came from someone else. And this part definitely happened." Instead, memories can become blended together. Researchers have demonstrated this in controlled experiments. In a famous line of research, Psychologist Elizabeth Loftus showed that the wording of questions could influence people's memories of events. When people were asked questions that suggested particular details, some participants later reported remembering those details, even when the original event did not contain them. That discovery changed how scientists understood eyewitness memory, because we tend to assume that someone who witnessed an event can simply remember what happened. But memory does not work like that. What you believe happened can influence what you later remember happening. And this becomes even more powerful when emotions are involved. Suppose you strongly believe that something embarrassing happened to you when you were young. Maybe someone mentioned it several times. Maybe you saw an old photograph and imagined what happened before or after it was taken. Over time, the imagined details can become familiar, and familiarity can sometimes be mistaken for memory. Eventually, you might find yourself remembering the event as if you personally experienced every detail. Your brain has created a coherent story, and coherence feels like truth. This is one reason people can become extremely confident in memories that are inaccurate. Confidence and accuracy are not always the same thing. You can be completely sincere while remembering something incorrectly. That distinction matters because a false memory is not necessarily a lie. A person reporting a false memory may genuinely believe what they are saying. Their brain is giving them an experience that feels like remembering. And there is another strange feature of memory. The more often you recall something, the more familiar the memory becomes. You might think that repeatedly remembering an event makes it more accurate. Sometimes it can actually make the memory feel stronger without guaranteeing that every detail is correct. Each act of remembering is partly a reconstruction. You retrieve the memory, you rebuild it, you store it again. During that process, the version that gets stored can be influenced by what you currently believe. So your present can quietly reshape your past. This is why memories can change over time without you noticing. You might remember yourself as more confident than you really were. You might remember a conversation as being more dramatic. You might remember a person saying something they never actually said. You might even remember an event from your childhood that was described to you so many times that it eventually became part of your personal mental history. And the brain has another tool that makes this possible: imagination. When you imagine an event vividly, your brain can activate some of the same systems involved in actually remembering and experiencing things. The imagined event is not identical to a real memory, but the overlap can sometimes make the source of information harder to identify. Did I experience this? Did I imagine it? Did someone tell me about it? Did I see it in a photograph? Did I dream it? The brain has to figure that out, and sometimes it gets the answer wrong. This is called source monitoring. Your brain is not only trying to remember information, it is also trying to determine where that information came from. Most of the time, it succeeds. But when the source becomes unclear, imagination can start feeling like memory. That means your memory is not a perfect record of your life. It is a constantly changing model of your past. And that may sound frightening, but there is something important to understand. Your memories can be inaccurate without being meaningless. Even when a specific detail is wrong, the emotions, lessons, relationships, and experiences surrounding it can still have shaped who you became. Your brain does not need a perfect historical archive to build a sense of identity. It needs a story that connects your past to your present. And that is exactly why false memories are so fascinating. They reveal that memory is not simply about preserving what happened. It is about reconstructing what happened in a way that makes sense now. Every time you remember your life, your brain is rebuilding part of it. Sometimes the pieces fit perfectly. Sometimes they do not. And occasionally, your mind creates a memory for an event that never happened at all. The memory feels real. The emotion feels real. The certainty feels real. But the event itself may exist only inside the remarkable storytelling system of your brain. As answers, why can we remember some moments for decades but forget others in minutes? There are moments from your life that seem almost impossible to forget. You may remember exactly where you were when something shocking happened. You can still picture someone's face, remember the sound of their voice, or even recall tiny details about the room around you. And then there are other moments that vanish almost instantly. You meet someone, hear their name, and forget it 30 seconds later. You walk into a room and immediately forget why you went there. You can spend an entire ordinary day living through hundreds of experiences, only to struggle to remember what you actually did when the day is over. So why does the brain preserve some moments for decades while allowing others to disappear within minutes? The answer is not simply that some memories are more important. Your brain is constantly deciding what deserves to be strengthened, connected, and stored, and what can safely fade into the background. And one of the biggest factors is attention. If you are not paying attention to something, your brain has a much harder time creating a strong memory of it. Think about the last time you were introduced to someone at a crowded event. You hear their name, smile, shake their hand, and then continue the conversation. A few minutes later, the name is gone. But if that person tells you something surprising, personal, or emotionally meaningful, you are much more likely to remember them. The difference is not necessarily how long you heard their name. It is how deeply your brain processed the experience. Your attention acts like a gate. Information that receives focused attention gets more processing, while information that remains in the background is much less likely to become a durable memory. But attention is only the beginning. Emotion can make a memory dramatically stronger. Think about an ordinary Tuesday from several years ago. You probably cannot remember what you ate for breakfast or what time you left the house. But if something extraordinary happened that day, you may remember it immediately. Maybe you received unexpected news. Maybe someone you loved told you something that changed your life. Maybe you experienced a terrifying accident. Maybe you met someone who eventually became incredibly important to you. Strong emotional experiences can activate systems in the brain that influence memory formation. One important structure involved in emotional processing is the amygdala. When something feels significant, especially threatening or highly emotional, the brain can increase the priority given to that experience. It is almost as if your brain is saying, "Remember this." And there is a biological reason for that. From an evolutionary perspective, remembering emotionally important events can be useful. If something dangerous happened in a particular place, remembering it could help you avoid the same danger later. If something rewarding happened, remembering the circumstances could help you find similar opportunities again. Your brain is not trying to preserve your entire life equally. It is trying to preserve information that might matter for what happens next. This is why emotional memories can remain vivid for years. But there is another factor that makes certain moments unusually memorable. Novelty. When something is new, your brain cannot rely on an existing routine. You have to pay attention. You have to learn. You have to interpret what is happening. Imagine visiting a foreign country for the first time. You may remember the first street you walked down, the first meal you ate, the first unfamiliar sound you heard, and the first time you tried to communicate with someone who spoke another language. Now compare that with your daily commute. You may travel the same route hundreds of times, but later struggle to remember the details of any particular journey. Why? Because your brain becomes efficient with repetition. Once an environment becomes familiar, you do not need to consciously analyze every detail. Your brain can rely on existing predictions and habits. That efficiency is incredibly useful, but it comes with a strange side effect. Routine experiences can become almost invisible in memory. This is one reason childhood can feel so long when you look back on it. For a child, almost everything is new. New places, new people, new experiences, new rules, new discoveries. The brain is constantly building new connections. As adults, we often experience more repetition. Days can become similar. Weeks can blend together. Then suddenly something different happens, and that moment stands out. Novelty gives the brain a reason to pay attention, and attention gives memory a better chance to last. There is also a chemical side to this process. Experiences that are surprising, rewarding, or important can influence brain systems involving chemicals such as dopamine and norepinephrine. These systems can affect learning and memory, helping the brain prioritize certain experiences over others. But here is where things get even more interesting. A memory does not have to be dramatic to last forever. Sometimes an ordinary moment becomes unforgettable because of what it becomes connected to later. Maybe you remember sitting in a car with your parents because years later, that car was sold and you suddenly realized how much your childhood had changed. Maybe you remember a completely ordinary conversation because the person you were talking to later became someone extremely important in your life. The original moment was not necessarily special. Its meaning changed. And once an experience becomes connected to strong emotion, identity, or personal significance, your brain may retrieve it again and again. This is why memories can sometimes become stronger through repetition. But forgetting is not simply a failure of the brain. Forgetting is useful. Imagine if you remembered every conversation, every face, every sound, every advertisement, every meal, every road, and every meaningless detail you encountered. Your brain would be overwhelmed. You would have difficulty identifying what matters because everything would have equal importance. Forgetting helps create mental space. It allows the brain to reduce information that is no longer useful and prioritize what continues to matter. This is why forgetting someone's name can be normal, while remembering the face of someone you loved for decades can also be normal. Your brain is not trying to be fair. It is trying to be useful, and sometimes what you remember has less to do with what actually happened than with how your brain interpreted what happened. Two people can experience the same event and remember completely different details. One person remembers the conversation. Another remembers the emotion. Another remembers the location. Another barely remembers anything. Their brains were exposed to the same event, but their attention, expectations, emotions, and previous experiences were different. So memory is not a perfect recording of reality. It is a selection. Your brain is constantly asking what deserves to stay. Sometimes the answer is a major life event. Sometimes it is a face. Sometimes it is a smell that suddenly brings back an entire childhood. And sometimes, for reasons you cannot explain, one completely ordinary afternoon survives in your mind for decades. That is the strange beauty of memory. You do not get to choose every moment that stays with you. Your brain does. It filters your experiences, strengthens certain connections, weakens others, and gradually builds the personal archive you use to understand your own life. And when you look back years later, the moments that remain can feel like the most important moments you ever lived. But what you are really seeing is the result of millions of tiny decisions your brain made about what was worth remembering. Some moments disappear before you even realize they happened. Others become part of you. And sometimes, a single ordinary moment can survive for a lifetime simply because, somewhere inside your brain, it became meaningful. Yes, how does the brain recognize a face in an instant? Oh, you can see thousands of objects in a single day, but somehow one face can stand out from a crowd almost instantly. You can be walking through a busy airport, surrounded by hundreds of strangers, and suddenly you see someone you know. You recognize them before you have consciously analyzed their eyes, nose, mouth, hairstyle, or expression. In a fraction of a second, your brain seems to simply know who you are looking at. That sounds ordinary because your brain does it so effortlessly. But when you stop and think about what is happening, it is extraordinary. A human face is just a pattern of light entering your eyes. Your brain receives that visual information, processes it through several stages, compares it with stored information, and somehow turns all of those signals into the deeply personal experience of knowing that person. And it can happen incredibly fast. When light reflected from a face enters your eyes, it is converted into electrical signals by specialized cells in the retina. Those signals travel through the visual system and eventually reach areas of the brain involved in processing what you see. But your brain is not simply looking at a photograph and searching through a giant mental album until it finds a match. Face recognition is much more sophisticated than that. Your brain rapidly processes patterns involving the overall structure of a face. The distance between the eyes, the shape of the jaw, the position of the nose, the outline of the hair, and countless other details contribute to the pattern. But what makes this even more impressive is that your brain can recognize a face even when many of those details change. Someone can grow a beard, change their hairstyle, lose weight, gain weight, wear glasses, or appear under completely different lighting, and you may still recognize them almost immediately. That means your brain is not simply memorizing one fixed picture. It is learning a flexible representation of that person. One brain region that has become especially important in the study of face recognition is the fusiform face area, located in the temporal lobe. Research suggests that this region is strongly involved in processing faces and distinguishing one face from another. But it would be misleading to imagine that one tiny area contains the entire ability to recognize people. Face recognition depends on a broader network. Different systems help process visual details, emotional expressions, attention, memory, and the identity of the person you are looking at. So when you see a familiar face, several processes can happen together. You identify the visual pattern. You recognize that it is a human face. You compare its features with information stored in memory. You retrieve the person's identity. You may remember where you know them from. You may recognize their emotional expression, and you may experience an immediate emotional reaction. All of this can happen before you consciously realize how much information your brain has processed. And there is a fascinating reason faces receive such special treatment. For humans, faces are incredibly important social information. A face can tell you who someone is, what they might be feeling, whether they are paying attention to you, whether they recognize you, and sometimes whether they might be a threat. For thousands of generations, being able to recognize individuals quickly would have been extremely useful. You needed to know who belonged to your social group, who you could trust, who you had encountered before, and who might require caution. So the human brain became exceptionally sensitive to faces. You can even recognize emotional expressions extremely quickly. A raised eyebrow, a smile, a frown, or a fearful expression can influence your attention before you consciously analyze what you are seeing. Your brain is constantly asking more than just who is that. It is also asking, what does this person feel? What do they want? And what does their presence mean for me? That is why recognizing a face is deeply connected to memory. Imagine seeing your closest friend's face. You do not simply identify their physical features. You may immediately remember their voice, their personality, a conversation you had yesterday, a joke they told you, the way they usually react when they are nervous. The brain connects the visual pattern of the face with an enormous collection of stored information. The face becomes a doorway into a person. But there is a strange condition that shows us just how important this system is. Some people with specific forms of brain damage can develop prosopagnosia, commonly known as face blindness. They may be able to see perfectly well and recognize objects, yet struggle to identify familiar people by their faces. Imagine looking directly at someone you love and knowing that you are looking at a human face, but not being able to recognize whose face it is. That tells us something important. Seeing a face and recognizing a face are not the same thing. Your visual system can detect the shape and features of a face, while other systems are responsible for connecting that face to identity and memory. And this is exactly why face recognition can feel almost magical when everything works normally. You do not experience all of the processing. You experience the conclusion. You see the face and simply know. There is another fascinating feature of this ability. Your brain can recognize familiar faces even when the image is incomplete. You might see someone from far away, from the side, through a car window, or for only a brief moment. Your brain can use limited information to generate a prediction about who that person is. Sometimes it gets it wrong. You think you recognize someone across a street. Your heart jumps for a second, and then you realize it was a stranger who simply had a similar walk or hairstyle. That mistake reveals something important about perception. Your brain does not always wait for complete information. It makes predictions. It takes the information available and asks which stored pattern best explains what it is seeing. Most of the time, that process is so accurate that you never notice it, and faces are particularly good at triggering this system. In fact, humans can become so sensitive to faces that we sometimes see them where none exist. A pattern in a cloud, a shape on a wall, or the front of a car can suddenly look like a face. This tendency is called pareidolia. Your brain is essentially making a quick guess. That pattern might be a face. It is better to investigate a possible face than to completely miss a real person. So the same system that helps you recognize the people you love can also make you see faces in random objects. And that tells us something profound about the brain. Recognition is not simply about receiving information. It is about matching information with everything you already know. When you see a familiar face, your brain is connecting the present moment with years of memories in an instant. The face is not just an image anymore. It becomes a person, a history, a relationship, a feeling. And all of that can happen so quickly that you barely notice the machinery underneath it. You simply look across a crowded room, your eyes meet someone else's, and suddenly you know exactly who you are looking at. The brain has taken a collection of light signals and turned them into recognition. And somehow, in less than a second, a face can become a memory, an identity, and an entire human story. Why do we hear an inner voice when we think? You are reading these words silently, but something strange may be happening in your mind right now. As your eyes move across the screen, you may be hearing the sentences inside your head. There is no sound coming from your mouth. Nobody is speaking into your ears, and yet the words can feel like a voice. It may even sound like your own voice, with your own rhythm, your own personality, and sometimes even your own emotional tone. But where is that voice coming from? Your brain is not actually producing sound inside your skull. There are no vocal cords vibrating. There is no physical speaker hidden somewhere behind your forehead. And yet, when you think in words, the experience can feel surprisingly similar to listening to someone speak. This inner voice is often called inner speech, and scientists believe it is closely connected to the same brain systems we use for language, even though no words are being spoken aloud. Think about what happens when you silently rehearse something before saying it. Maybe you are preparing for an important conversation. You imagine what you are going to say. You hear the sentence in your mind. You may even mentally hear the other person responding. Your brain is essentially running a simulation of speech without actually producing the sound. That is an incredible ability. When you speak out loud, your brain has to coordinate an enormous amount of information. It needs to decide what words to use, organize them into a meaningful sequence, send signals to the muscles involved in speaking, monitor the sound you produce, and compare what you intended to say with what actually came out. When you think silently, much of that process can happen without the final physical step. Your brain can generate the language plan without fully sending the commands required to move your mouth and vocal cords. It is almost like rehearsing a conversation internally. And this is where things get especially interesting. Your brain appears to use a mechanism called an efference copy to help distinguish actions you produce yourself from events coming from outside. When you move your arm, your brain predicts what that movement should feel like. When you speak, your brain predicts what your own voice should sound like. That prediction helps your brain recognize that the sound came from you. Something similar may happen during inner speech. Your brain generates a speech pattern, but because you know the action is internally generated, it does not usually feel like an outside person is speaking to you. Instead, it feels like you are thinking. This becomes much easier to understand if you imagine mentally saying your own name. You can hear it without actually hearing it. You can change the volume in your imagination. You can imagine someone else saying it. You can even imagine an accent or a completely different voice. The physical sound waves never happen, but your brain can still construct something that resembles the experience of hearing. That tells us something important about perception. Your brain does not always need information from the outside world to generate an experience. It can create internal versions of experiences using its own activity. This is also why imagination can feel surprisingly vivid. When you picture a beach, you may almost see the sunlight. When you imagine biting into a lemon, you might almost taste the soreness. When you remember a song, you can sometimes hear the melody without any music playing. The inner voice belongs to this same broader ability. Your brain can generate internal simulations of things that normally come from the outside world. But why does the mind use an inner voice at all? One possibility is that language gives us a powerful way to organize thought. Some thoughts are difficult to control when they remain vague feelings or images. Putting them into words can make them easier to examine. Imagine you are trying to solve a complicated problem. You might silently explain it to yourself. You ask what happened, what you know, what you do not know, and what should happen next. The inner voice turns an abstract problem into a sequence. This can help with planning decision-making, remembering instructions, and controlling behavior. Children develop this ability gradually. Early in development, children often speak aloud while solving problems or performing difficult tasks. Over time, some of that external speech becomes internalized. Instead of saying the instructions out loud, the child begins saying them silently. The voice moves inward, and that may be one reason inner speech is so closely connected to self-control. Think about a moment when you are angry, but decide not to react immediately. You might silently tell yourself to calm down. You might rehearse what you want to say. You might argue with yourself about whether a decision is sensible. That internal conversation allows different possibilities to compete without requiring you to act on every impulse. In that sense, your inner voice can function almost like a private rehearsal room. But here is something many people do not realize. Not everyone experiences inner speech in exactly the same way. Some people report having a constant internal monologue. Others experience inner speech only occasionally. Some people think more through images, sensations, emotions, or abstract concepts rather than continuous words. There is no single universal experience of thought, and that is important because we often assume that everyone else's mind works like ours. It does not. Your experience of thinking can feel so personal and obvious that you may never consider that another person could experience thought completely differently. Even the inner voice itself can change. Sometimes it sounds like you are speaking normally. Sometimes it feels faster than ordinary speech. Sometimes it is barely verbal at all. You may know what you mean without actually hearing a complete sentence. This suggests that thought is not dependent on language, even though language can be one of the brain's most powerful tools for organizing thought. And there is another reason the inner voice can feel so convincing. The brain is constantly predicting what comes next. When you read a sentence, you often know where the sentence is going before you reach the final word. When you silently speak, your brain can predict the sound and structure of the words before the experience is fully formed. This predictive machinery helps make inner speech feel smooth and continuous. You are not consciously building every individual sound. The brain is doing much of the work automatically, and sometimes that automatic process produces something surprising. Have you ever had a thought suddenly appear in your mind before you consciously decided to think it? Maybe a person's name pops into your head. Maybe a sentence suddenly forms. Maybe you suddenly realize the answer to a problem. It can feel like the thought arrived from nowhere. But underneath the surface, Your brain has been processing information continuously. Your inner voice is simply the part of that activity that becomes available to conscious experience. You hear the final result. You do not hear every neural process that produced it, and that may be the strangest part of all. The voice in your head feels like you, but it is not a tiny person speaking inside your brain. It is the result of billions of neurons communicating, predicting, remembering, and organizing information. Your brain can generate language without moving your mouth. It can create sound without producing sound waves. It can hold entire conversations that nobody else can hear. And every time you silently say something to yourself, you are experiencing one of the most remarkable abilities of the human mind. You are using the brain to create a voice that exists only inside the brain. No sound is traveling through the air. No one else can hear it. But to you, it can feel completely real. Press, how does the mind generate creativity and original ideas? The next truly original idea you have might arrive while you are doing something completely unrelated to the problem you are trying to solve. You could be taking a shower, walking down the street, making coffee, or staring out of a window when suddenly the answer appears. You were not deliberately forcing it. You were not consciously searching through every possibility. Somehow, your brain connected things that did not seem connected a moment earlier, and an idea appeared that felt completely new. That experience is so familiar that we rarely stop to ask how strange it actually is. Where does an original idea come from? Your brain does not have a little creativity center where new ideas are manufactured. There is no single region that suddenly switches on and produces imagination. Creativity appears to involve many different brain systems working together, including systems involved in memory, attention, emotion, imagination, decision-making, and evaluation. And the really surprising part is that creativity may depend just as much on connections between old information as it does on discovering something genuinely new. Think about a simple invention. A person might look at a problem and suddenly realize that two familiar things can be combined in a completely different way. The materials already existed. The knowledge already existed. The individual pieces were not new. The new part was the connection. This is one of the most important clues about creativity. Your brain is constantly storing experiences and building associations between them. Every person you meet, every book you read, every mistake you make, every place you visit, and every problem you solve adds information to an enormous network of knowledge. Most of those connections remain invisible. Then, under the right conditions, your brain can bring distant pieces of information together. And suddenly, something clicks. One brain network that scientists often associate with imagination and internally generated thought is called the default mode network. It becomes active during periods when your attention is not completely occupied by an external task, such as when you are daydreaming, remembering the past, imagining the future, or thinking about possibilities. That matters because creativity often requires the brain to move beyond what is directly in front of you. You need to imagine what could exist rather than simply process what already exists. When you are staring out of a window and your mind starts wandering, your brain may be pulling memories, ideas, emotions, and possibilities into the same mental space. Most of those combinations lead nowhere. But occasionally, one of them becomes useful. That is the moment people often describe as inspiration, and this explains something interesting about creative breakthroughs. They often happen after you stop trying so hard. Imagine working on a difficult problem for an hour. You keep repeating the same approach, but nothing works. Eventually, you give up and go for a walk. Then, 10 minutes later, the solution suddenly appears. It can feel mysterious because you were no longer consciously working on the problem. But your brain may not have stopped working on it. It may have continued processing the information in the background while your conscious attention moved somewhere else. This is sometimes called incubation. During a period away from the problem, your brain can continue making associations without the same level of deliberate control. That can allow alternative connections to become available. This does not mean every shower produces genius. It means that stepping away can sometimes change how your brain searches through information. And creativity is not only about generating possibilities. It also requires knowing which possibilities are worth keeping. This is where another set of brain systems becomes important. You can generate hundreds of strange ideas, but most of them are useless. The creative process involves both expansion and selection. First, your brain needs freedom to produce unusual combinations. Then it needs to evaluate those combinations. Does this actually work? Is it useful? Is it interesting? Can it be improved? That means creativity is not simply imagination. It is imagination combined with judgment. This is why highly creative people are not necessarily people who have more ideas than everyone else. They may simply be better at noticing which unusual ideas have potential and then developing them. Consider a musician creating a new song. They might begin with a familiar rhythm, remember a melody from somewhere else, experiment with a different chord progression, change the tempo, and eventually discover something that feels original. The final song may sound completely new, but underneath it are countless pieces of previous knowledge. Creativity often works by transforming what already exists. The same thing happens in writing, science, art, engineering, and everyday problem solving. A scientist may combine two existing theories. An engineer may use a familiar mechanism in an unfamiliar environment. A writer may take an ordinary human experience and describe it from an unexpected perspective. The brain keeps rearranging what it knows, and sometimes the arrangement becomes something new. But there is another surprising ingredient in creativity: constraints. People often assume that unlimited freedom produces the most creativity. In reality, having some limitations can make creative thinking easier. If someone tells you to invent absolutely anything, the number of possibilities is overwhelming. But if they say, design something useful using only 3 materials, your brain suddenly has a specific problem to solve. Constraints narrow the search space, and your brain is extremely good at searching within boundaries. This is one reason creative challenges can be so effective. They force the brain to look for unusual solutions inside a defined problem. Another important factor is curiosity. When you are curious, your brain treats information as potentially valuable. You become more willing to explore, test, and connect unfamiliar ideas. Curiosity can push you toward information that would otherwise remain outside your normal attention. And the more diverse information your brain encounters, the more possibilities it has for creating unusual combinations. This may be one reason people who expose themselves to different subjects, cultures, environments, and perspectives often develop unexpected connections between ideas. Your brain cannot connect information it has never encountered. But there is something even more fascinating about originality. You can sometimes create something new without consciously knowing where the ingredients came from. A melody appears in your head. A sentence suddenly sounds right. A solution seems obvious. You feel as though you invented it from nothing, but your brain almost certainly built it from something. Fragments of conversations, images, memories, patterns, knowledge, emotions, experiences you barely remember. All of these pieces can remain stored in your brain and become ingredients for future thought. Originality may not mean creating something from nothing. It may mean combining existing pieces in a way that has never existed in exactly that form before. And that changes the way we should think about creativity. You are not simply a machine that stores information. Your brain is constantly reorganizing what it knows. It compares old experiences with new ones. It searches for patterns. It tests possibilities. It rejects some combinations and strengthens others. And occasionally, a strange connection survives long enough to become an idea. That idea can become a story, a song, an invention, a scientific theory, a painting, a solution to a problem, or something as simple as a new way of seeing your own life. The remarkable thing is that you may never witness most of the creative work happening inside your brain. You only experience the moment when the result reaches awareness. That sudden feeling of I have an idea is actually the final stage of a much larger process. Your brain has been collecting pieces, building associations, exploring possibilities, and evaluating patterns long before you consciously noticed what was happening. So when an original idea suddenly appears in your mind, it may feel like something came from nowhere. But it probably did not. It came from everywhere. From everything you have seen, learned, remembered, imagined, questioned, and experienced. Your brain took pieces of your past, rearranged them in the present, and produced something that did not exist before. And that may be what creativity really is. Not creating something from nothing, but discovering a connection your mind had never made before. Why do some thoughts suddenly appear without warning? You are doing something completely ordinary when suddenly a thought appears in your mind that you were not trying to have. You are washing your hands and suddenly remember someone you have not spoken to in years. You are working on something important and an old embarrassing moment suddenly comes back. You are walking down the street and a random question appears in your mind. Where did that come from? You did not consciously search for it. You were not sitting there asking your brain to produce that memory or idea. It simply arrived. And this happens constantly. Thoughts can appear so quickly that it feels as if they come from nowhere. Sometimes they are useful. Sometimes they are completely random. Sometimes they are deeply emotional. And sometimes they are so strange that you wonder why your brain would even produce them. But the mind is not actually empty until you decide to think. Your brain is working continuously, even when you are not consciously focused on anything. Billions of neurons are exchanging signals, memories are being activated, emotions are influencing attention, and your brain is constantly predicting what might happen next. Most of this activity never reaches your conscious awareness. You experience only the thoughts that become strong enough, relevant enough, or connected enough to enter the spotlight. Think about a familiar song. You might not have heard it in years, and then suddenly you find yourself remembering the melody. Maybe you smelled a particular perfume, walked past a certain building, or heard someone say a word that was connected to that song in your memory. You may not consciously notice the connection, but your brain can. That is one of the most important clues about spontaneous thoughts. Your brain is constantly making associations between pieces of information. One memory can activate another memory. One emotion can activate a related experience. One word can trigger an image. One sound can bring back an entire moment from years ago. The chain can happen so quickly that your conscious mind only notices the final result. It feels like the thought appeared from nowhere, but somewhere underneath your awareness, something triggered it. Memory is especially important here because memories are not stored as completely isolated files. They are connected through networks of information. Your memory of a person can be linked to their voice, their face, a particular place, a smell, a conversation, and an emotion. Activate one part of that network, and other parts can become easier to access. This is why a smell can suddenly transport you back to childhood. You might smell something that reminds you of your grandparents' house, and within seconds, details you had not consciously thought about for years can begin appearing in your mind. The smell did not contain the memory. It triggered a network, and your brain completed the connection. But spontaneous thoughts are not always triggered by something obvious in your environment. Sometimes they seem to arrive while you are doing nothing. This is where a brain system known as the default mode network becomes interesting. It is associated with internally directed thought, including remembering the past, imagining the future, thinking about other people, and allowing the mind to wander. When your attention is not completely occupied by an external task, your brain can begin moving through memories, possibilities, and associations. This is why your mind can wander while you are taking a shower, driving a familiar route, or lying in bed. You are not consciously choosing every thought. Your brain is generating possibilities and moving between connected pieces of information. Most of those thoughts disappear before you even notice them. One survives, then another, and suddenly you are thinking about something completely unrelated to what you were doing a few seconds earlier. This does not necessarily mean your brain is being random. It may be searching. Your brain has learned an enormous number of patterns throughout your life. It knows that certain things tend to occur together. It knows that certain situations are connected to particular emotions. It knows that certain people are connected to certain places. When your mind wanders, it can move through these networks in ways that are not always obvious to your conscious mind. That is why a solution to a difficult problem can sometimes appear while you are doing something unrelated. You may have spent hours trying to solve a problem without success. Then you stop thinking about it and go for a walk. Suddenly, the answer appears. It feels like the idea came from nowhere, but your brain may have continued processing pieces of the problem in the background. Your conscious attention moved away. The underlying networks did not necessarily stop. Eventually, a useful connection became strong enough to reach awareness. And this leads to something even more fascinating. Your brain does not only generate thoughts from what you are currently experiencing, it also generates them from what you expect. Your mind is constantly predicting what could happen next. Those predictions can influence which memories become active and which possibilities come to mind. If you are worried about an upcoming conversation, your brain may repeatedly generate possible versions of that conversation. You might imagine what the other person will say. You might rehearse your response. You might imagine everything going wrong. None of those events has happened yet, but your brain is already generating mental simulations. This ability is incredibly useful. It allows you to prepare for the future without actually experiencing every possible outcome. but it also means your mind can produce thoughts that feel surprisingly vivid, even when there is no immediate external reason for them. And sometimes, those thoughts are unwanted. You might suddenly think of something embarrassing, frightening, or completely inappropriate. The appearance of a thought does not mean you chose it. Your brain generates far more mental content than you consciously approve. The important difference is between having a thought and deciding what to do with it. A thought can appear automatically without representing your intentions, values, or desires. In fact, trying extremely hard not to think about something can sometimes make the thought more noticeable. Tell yourself not to think about a particular image, and your brain may need to monitor whether the image has appeared in order to make sure you are avoiding it. That monitoring can keep the thought active. It is a strange example of how conscious control and automatic brain activity can interfere with each other. But perhaps the biggest surprise is that conscious thought itself may often begin this way. You may believe that you decide what to think and then think it. In reality, many thoughts may begin outside conscious awareness and only become conscious after they have already been generated. You experience the thought once it reaches awareness. You do not necessarily experience the entire process that produced it. That is why an idea can suddenly feel like it appeared in your mind, fully formed. Your brain may have been quietly combining information before you became aware of the result. And this happens all day. A face reminds you of a person. That person reminds you of a place. That place reminds you of a conversation. The conversation reminds you of something you wanted to do. Suddenly, you remember an appointment you had completely forgotten about. It feels like a random thought, but there may have been a chain of connections underneath it. Your conscious mind simply entered the chain at the end. So the next time a completely unexpected thought appears, do not assume your brain has malfunctioned or that the thought came from nowhere. It may be the visible tip of an enormous process happening underneath your awareness. Your brain is constantly activating memories, comparing patterns, predicting possibilities, and connecting information. Most of that activity stays hidden. Every once in a while, one connection becomes strong enough to cross the boundary into consciousness, and suddenly there it is. A memory, an idea, a question, a face, a solution. You did not consciously go looking for it. Your brain found it first, and you only became aware of it when it arrived. Hervetrexers, how does the brain know where our body is without looking? Here, close your eyes and lift your hand above your head. Now touch your nose. You probably did it without any problem. You could not see your hand moving. You did not need to watch your fingers. And yet your brain somehow knew exactly where your hand was and where your nose was. Now stretch one arm out to the side. You still know where it is. You know roughly where your knees are, where your feet are, and where your shoulders are, even though you cannot see most of them. But how? Your brain does not have a camera pointed at every part of your body. There is no tiny map inside your head showing the exact position of every finger, muscle, and joint in real time. And yet, somehow, you can move through the world without constantly looking at yourself. You can walk without staring at your feet. You can scratch your back without seeing the exact place you are touching. You can pick up a cup while looking somewhere else. Your brain is constantly keeping track of where your body is. This ability is called proprioception, and it is one of those senses you rarely notice until you stop and think about how strange it is. You probably learned in school that humans have 5 senses. sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. But the picture is much more complicated than that. Your brain also receives continuous information about the position and movement of your body. Inside your muscles, tendons, and joints are specialized sensory receptors. They respond to changes in muscle length, tension, joint position, and movement. Every time you bend your elbow, turn your head, or stretch your leg, these receptors send information through nerves toward your spinal cord and brain. Your brain uses that information to build an internal estimate of where your body is. Think about standing in the dark. You cannot see your legs. You cannot see your feet. You cannot see the position of your arms. And yet, unless something unusual is happening, you still know where they are. Your brain is not waiting for visual confirmation. It is using information coming from inside your body. And this becomes even more impressive when you move quickly. Imagine catching a ball. Your brain has to estimate where your hand is, where the ball is going, how fast it is moving, and when your hand should move into the right position. You do not consciously calculate all of that. You simply reach. Behind that effortless movement is an enormous amount of sensory processing. Your brain is combining information from your eyes, muscles, joints, inner ear, and other systems to estimate where your body is and how it is moving. The inner ear is especially important because it contains the vestibular system, which helps detect changes in head movement and balance. Tiny structures filled with fluid respond when your head rotates or accelerates. So while your muscles and joints are telling your brain where your limbs are, your inner ear is helping tell your brain how your head and body are moving through space. The brain combines these signals to create a constantly updated internal model. And that model is not perfect. You have probably experienced this without realizing it. Close your eyes and hold your arm out in front of you. Now try to touch your nose with the other hand. It is easy. But change the conditions, remove some sensory information, or create conflicting signals, and your sense of body position can become surprisingly inaccurate. That is because your brain is not directly reading the location of your body. It is estimating it, and the estimate is based on incoming signals. This becomes particularly obvious when people experience unusual sensory illusions. In some experiments, researchers can create situations where visual information and touch or movement information disagree. When the signals conflict, the brain has to decide which information it trusts. Sometimes the brain can even be tricked into feeling that an artificial object belongs to your body. The famous rubber hand illusion demonstrates this beautifully. A person places their real hand out of sight while a fake rubber hand is positioned where they can see it. Researchers then stroke the fake hand and the hidden real hand at the same time. After a while, some people begin to experience the rubber hand as if it were part of their own body. Nothing physically changed. The rubber hand is still rubber, but the brain is receiving synchronized visual and touch information and begins to update its internal model. That tells us something profound. Your sense of having a body is not simply a direct reflection of physical reality. It is something your brain constructs from different streams of information. Your brain is constantly asking, where is my body? What is touching it? How is it moving? And what belongs to me? Most of the time, all of those signals agree, so you never notice the process. But when they conflict, you can suddenly become aware of just how complicated your sense of bodily self really is. And this internal body map is not fixed. It can change through experience. When someone learns to use a tool, For example, the brain can begin treating that tool as an extension of their actions. A skilled tennis player does not consciously think about every millimeter of the racket during a fast movement. The racket becomes incorporated into the person's learned movement system. The same principle appears in professional athletes, musicians, surgeons, and anyone who becomes highly skilled at using equipment. With practice, the brain becomes better at predicting how movements will affect the world. This is another important feature of proprioception. It is not only about knowing where you are, it helps you predict where you are going to be. Before you reach for something, your brain can estimate how far your hand needs to travel. Before you step onto a staircase, your brain can adjust the position of your legs. Before you catch something, it can estimate how your body needs to move. Your brain is constantly making predictions and comparing them with sensory feedback. Move your arm. Receive information about what happened. Compare the result with what you expected. Adjust. Do it again. All of this happens so quickly that conscious thought is barely involved, and that is why walking feels effortless. As a child, you had to learn how to coordinate your body. You had to discover balance, timing, distance, and movement. But after years of practice, those processes became automatic. Your brain learned a model of your body. It knows how your limbs usually move. It knows how much force is needed to lift different objects. It knows where your feet are likely to be when you take a step. And it constantly updates those predictions as your body changes. This is particularly important because your body is not static. You grow, you gain or lose muscle, you become tired, you carry a bag, you change shoes, you sit down, you lie down. Your brain has to keep updating its estimate. And somehow, most of the time, it does. So when you close your eyes and know exactly where your hand is, you are experiencing something far more remarkable than simple body awareness. You are experiencing the result of a biological system that is constantly collecting information from inside you, combining it with vision, balance, touch, and previous experience, and building an internal model of where you exist in space. You do not need to look at your body to know where it is. Your brain is already keeping track. Every step you take, every movement you make, every time you reach for something, this hidden system is working in the background. You rarely notice it because it works so well. But without it, even the simplest movement would become incredibly difficult. You would have to watch your hands to move them. Watch your feet to walk. Watch your body to stay balanced. Instead, you can close your eyes and still know where you are, because your brain is not simply observing your body, it is continuously building an internal map of it. And that map is what allows you to move through the world without constantly having to look at yourself. That's why can the mind ignore pain under extreme conditions? And imagine getting seriously hurt and not realizing how bad the injury is until everything is over. You are in an accident, you are terrified, your body is moving on pure instinct, and somehow you keep going. You do not stop to analyze the pain. You may barely notice it at all. Then, once the danger has passed and your body finally becomes still, the pain suddenly arrives with full force. How can that happen? If pain is supposed to protect us, why would the brain ever turn it down when the body is injured? The answer is that pain is not simply a direct measurement of damage. It is an experience created by the nervous system, and that experience can be changed by attention, emotion, expectation, and the situation you are in. Your brain does not have a simple pain meter that reads the body and displays the exact amount of damage. Instead, pain begins when specialized sensory receptors detect potentially damaging stimuli. Those signals travel through nerves toward the spinal cord and brain, where they are processed and interpreted. But the brain can influence that process. It can increase the experience of pain, and under certain conditions, it can reduce it. This becomes especially important during emergencies. Imagine an animal being chased by a predator. If that animal stops to focus completely on an injury, it may not survive. The immediate priority is escape. Humans have a similar biological system. When your brain detects extreme danger, it can shift into a state of intense survival mode. Stress hormones such as adrenaline and noradrenaline increase alertness, heart rate, and energy availability. Attention becomes focused on what needs to happen next. Your brain is essentially prioritizing survival over everything else, and pain may temporarily become less important. This does not mean the injury disappears. It means the brain can change how strongly the injury is experienced. One reason this can happen involves the body's own pain control system. The brain can activate pathways that reduce the transmission and perception of pain signals. Endogenous opioids, which are naturally produced chemicals in the body, can help reduce pain during intense stress. These chemicals are part of a larger system that allows the brain to regulate how much pain reaches conscious awareness. So during an emergency, your body can be badly injured while your experience of pain remains surprisingly low. There are real situations where people have continued running, fighting, escaping, or helping others despite injuries that would normally be extremely painful. And sometimes they do not fully realize what happened until afterward. This is not because they are somehow stronger than pain. Their nervous system is temporarily prioritizing other information. Imagine that your brain is receiving hundreds of signals at once. Your body is injured. Your heart is racing. You hear people shouting. You are trying to escape. You are looking for a safe place. Your brain has limited attention available. Pain is competing with everything else. In an emergency, survival-relevant information can dominate conscious awareness. This is why attention matters so much. If you are deeply distracted, pain can sometimes feel less intense. If you are constantly monitoring the pain, it can feel stronger. The physical injury may be similar, but the experience can change depending on what your brain is focused on. This is also why athletes sometimes do not notice an injury during competition. They are concentrating on the game, the opponent, the next movement, and the immediate goal. Their attention is directed outward. After the competition ends, the adrenaline decreases, the environment becomes calmer, and suddenly they notice what happened to their body. The pain was not necessarily created that moment. Their awareness of it changed. And there is another fascinating factor: meaning. The brain interprets pain differently depending on what you believe the pain means. Imagine two people experiencing the same physical sensation. One thinks, something is seriously wrong with me. The other thinks, this is temporary and I can handle it. Their nervous systems can respond differently. This does not mean pain is imaginary. The sensation is real, but the brain's interpretation of that sensation can influence how intense it becomes. Expectation can also change pain. If you expect something to hurt badly, your brain may become more alert to incoming pain signals. If you expect relief, the experience can sometimes become less intense. This is part of the reason the placebo effect is so fascinating. When people believe they are receiving an effective treatment, the brain can sometimes produce measurable changes in pain perception even when the treatment itself contains no active pain-relieving ingredient. Expectation can influence biology. Your brain is not simply waiting for pain signals. It is interpreting them. And this helps explain something that seems almost impossible. Sometimes people with serious injuries report surprisingly little pain. Other times, relatively minor injuries can feel extremely painful. The amount of tissue damage and the amount of pain are not always perfectly matched. Pain is a protective system, not a damage report. Its purpose is to influence behavior. If your brain believes a sensation means you are in danger, it can make that sensation extremely difficult to ignore. If your brain believes something else is more urgent, it can sometimes suppress the pain experience temporarily. This is why pain can disappear into the background during moments of extreme concentration. But there is an important limit. The brain cannot simply decide that an injury does not exist. Ignoring pain does not mean the body is safe. A person can be seriously injured while experiencing surprisingly little pain, and that can actually be dangerous because the warning signal has been reduced. The body still needs attention and treatment, even when the pain is temporarily muted. This is one reason the nervous system's ability to suppress pain is so fascinating. It evolved to help us survive, but the same mechanism can sometimes hide important information. And the system becomes even more interesting when you consider what happens after the danger is gone. You are finally safe. Your heart rate begins to fall. The adrenaline decreases. Your attention is no longer focused entirely on survival. And suddenly, the injury hurts. Sometimes it can feel as though the pain appeared out of nowhere. But the injury did not suddenly become real. Your brain simply changed its priorities. During the emergency, pain was background information. After the emergency, pain became relevant again. The same body, the same injury, a completely different experience. That is what makes pain so different from a simple physical signal. Your brain is constantly deciding how important incoming information is. It considers the situation. It considers your attention. It considers your expectations. It considers your emotional state, and then it creates the experience you actually feel. So when someone says they did not feel pain until after the crisis was over, that does not necessarily mean they were unaffected by the injury. Their nervous system may have temporarily turned down the volume. The pain system was still there. The danger simply became more important. And perhaps that is one of the most remarkable things about the human brain. When survival is on the line, it can change the way your body feels. It can redirect attention, release powerful chemicals, activate internal pain control systems, and temporarily reduce one of the strongest signals your body can produce. Not because pain does not matter, but because, for those few critical moments, your brain may decide that something else matters more. Arcetris, how does the brain turn sound waves into meaningful language? Someone says your name from across a crowded room, and somehow you know they said your name before you even consciously process the rest of the sentence. There may be music playing, people talking, chairs moving, phones buzzing, and dozens of other sounds reaching your ears at the same time. Yet your brain somehow pulls one person's voice out of that chaos, separates individual sounds, turns those sounds into words, and then turns those words into meaning. Think about how incredible that actually is. When someone says the word hello, there is no meaning contained inside the sound wave itself. There is only a pattern of air pressure moving through space. Your ears detect those changes in pressure, convert them into neural signals, and send that information toward the brain. Somehow, within a fraction of a second, that meaningless physical vibration becomes language. You hear a sound. Your brain finds a pattern. The pattern becomes a word. The word becomes an idea. And suddenly, you understand what another human being meant. The process begins when sound enters your ear. The outer ear helps collect the sound and direct it toward the eardrum. When sound waves hit the eardrum, it vibrates. Those vibrations are passed through tiny bones in the middle ear and into the cochlea, a fluid-filled structure in the inner ear. Inside the cochlea are specialized sensory cells that respond to different frequencies of sound. As these cells move, they help convert mechanical vibrations into electrical signals that can travel through the auditory nerve toward the brain. At this point, something important has already happened. The original sound wave no longer exists in the form you experienced outside your body. Your brain is now working with patterns of neural activity. But those patterns do not come with labels attached. There is no signal that says this is the word apple. There is simply neural activity. The brain has to interpret it. And this is where language becomes incredibly complicated. Human speech is not a series of perfectly separated sounds. When people talk naturally, sounds overlap. Words run into each other. People speak quickly. Voices change depending on emotion, accent, age, background, and context. Yet you can usually understand what someone is saying without consciously separating every individual sound. Your brain is doing that work automatically. Imagine someone says, "I need to call you tomorrow." You do not experience the sentence as a random sequence of vibrations. Your brain identifies patterns in the incoming sound, predicts likely speech sounds, recognizes words, and combines those words into a meaningful structure. And prediction plays a huge role. Your brain does not wait for every sound to arrive before deciding what it might mean. It uses context to predict what is likely to come next. If someone says, "I put the keys on your brain is already expecting certain kinds of words. Table, desk, counter, floor. The context narrows the possibilities. This is one reason you can sometimes understand speech even when part of the sound is missing. If there is background noise or someone speaks too quietly, your brain can use the surrounding information to fill in gaps. You are not simply hearing language. You are actively constructing it. This becomes especially obvious when you hear a sentence in a noisy environment. You may initially struggle to understand it, but once you know what the person is talking about, the same sounds suddenly become much easier to interpret. The physical sound has not changed nearly as much as your brain's expectations have. Your brain has gained context, and context changes perception. This is one of the reasons language is not simply a hearing problem. The brain needs to connect sounds with stored knowledge. When you hear a familiar word, your brain can activate information associated with that word. If someone says the word ocean, you may immediately think about water, beaches, waves, depth, or a particular memory. The sound itself is just the entry point. Your brain turns that sound into a network of meaning, and that network is enormous. A single word can connect to images, emotions, memories, actions, people, places, and other words. The word mother does not mean the same thing to every person. The word home does not produce the same memories in every brain. Language is shared, but the meaning attached to language is deeply personal. This is why understanding a sentence is more complicated than recognizing individual words. Your brain has to understand how those words relate to one another. If someone says, "The dog chased the cat," your brain builds one situation. If they say, The cat chased the dog. You understand something completely different. The individual words are almost identical. The order changes the meaning. Your brain has learned the rules of language through years of exposure. You do not normally have to consciously think about grammar while listening. The brain has become incredibly efficient at recognizing patterns. And that learning begins surprisingly early. As children, we are exposed to enormous amounts of speech. We gradually learn which sounds belong together, which sound patterns tend to occur in our language, which words commonly appear together, and how sentences are structured. Over time, the brain becomes specialized for the language environment it experiences. That is why listening to your native language can feel effortless, while listening to an unfamiliar language can sound like one continuous stream of noise. The sounds are reaching your ears in both cases, but your brain has learned how to divide one stream into meaningful units in one language and may not know how to do that efficiently in another. There is another fascinating feature of speech perception. You do not need perfect pronunciation to understand someone. A person can have an accent. They can speak quickly. They can mumble. They can make mistakes. They can speak while laughing, and you can still understand them. That is because your brain is not simply matching sounds to words like a dictionary. It is combining acoustic information with expectations, context, memory, grammar, and knowledge about the person speaking. Your brain is constantly asking, given everything I know about this situation, what is this person most likely trying to communicate? That question is happening so quickly that you experience the answer rather than the process. And this helps explain why language can feel almost magical. A person can produce a few movements of their mouth and tongue, creating patterns of air pressure. Those vibrations enter your ears. Your auditory system transforms them into neural signals. Your brain identifies patterns. Those patterns become words. The words activate concepts. The concepts connect with memories and emotions. And suddenly, another person's private thought has entered your mind. That may be the most extraordinary part. Language allows one brain to influence another brain without physically entering it. I can describe a place you have never visited, and your brain can construct an image. I can tell you about something that happened yesterday, and your brain can build a mental representation of an event you never witnessed. I can explain an idea you have never considered, and your brain can incorporate it into its existing network of knowledge. All of that begins with sound. But the sound itself is not the message. The brain creates the message from the sound. That is why listening is not passive. Your ears collect information, but your brain interprets it, predicts it, organizes it, and connects it to everything you already know. And the next time someone speaks to you, remember what is actually happening. Their vocal cords create vibrations. Those vibrations travel through the air. Your eardrum moves. Tiny structures in your ear transform those movements into neural signals. Your brain analyzes patterns. It predicts what comes next. It identifies words. It builds sentences. It retrieves meaning. And within a fraction of a second, a physical vibration becomes an idea inside your mind. A sound wave has no intention. It has no emotion. It has no story. Your brain gives it all three. And that is how something as simple as a voice can cross the space between two people and become meaning inside another human mind. Vassar, why do we sometimes make decisions before we're aware of choosing? Imagine you are standing in front of two options, and you suddenly know which one you want. You reach for one without thinking too much about it. A moment later, you catch yourself wondering why you chose it. Did you consciously make the decision, or had your brain already started choosing before you became aware of it? That question has bothered scientists and philosophers for decades because it challenges one of our most basic assumptions about ourselves. We like to believe that conscious thought is in control. We imagine there is a moment inside the mind where we carefully consider the options, make a decision, and then tell the body what to do. But the brain may not always work in that order. Sometimes, processes outside conscious awareness begin preparing a decision before you experience the feeling that you have chosen. This does not mean your brain is secretly controlling everything you do. It does not mean free will has been completely disproved. The reality is much more complicated. But the evidence does suggest that conscious awareness may sometimes arrive later than we intuitively think. One of the most famous experiments related to this question was conducted by neuroscientist Benjamin Libet in the 1980s. Participants were asked to make a simple movement whenever they felt like it. They also reported the moment when they became consciously aware of deciding to move. Libet found that measurable brain activity associated with preparing the movement appeared before participants reported becoming aware of their intention to move. That result was shocking. It seemed to suggest that the brain had begun preparing the action before the person consciously experienced the decision. But there is an important detail. The experiment involved extremely simple movements, such as moving a finger or wrist. That is very different from deciding whether to change jobs, end a relationship, buy a house, or tell someone how you really feel. A simple movement and a complicated life decision are not the same thing. And this distinction matters. Your brain performs countless actions without waiting for conscious instructions. You do not consciously calculate every muscle movement required to walk. You do not consciously plan every tiny adjustment needed to maintain balance. You do not decide each time your eyes should move when reading. Much of your behavior depends on automatic systems that operate faster than conscious thought. But the mystery becomes more interesting when we look at everyday choices. Have you ever walked into a store intending to buy one thing and left with something completely different? Maybe you saw something interesting. Maybe the packaging caught your attention. Maybe you remembered wanting it. Maybe you felt an immediate emotional reaction. You might later explain the decision with a reason. But how much of that reason actually caused the decision? And how much was a story your conscious mind created afterward to explain what your brain had already started doing? The brain is constantly processing information that never reaches awareness. It remembers your previous experiences. It tracks your emotional reactions. It evaluates potential rewards. It notices subtle patterns. It compares the present situation with what happened in the past. All of that can influence your behavior before you consciously identify the influence. Imagine meeting someone for the first time. Within seconds, you may feel comfortable around them. Or uncomfortable, you may decide that you trust them, or that something feels wrong. You may not be able to explain exactly why. Your conscious mind may search for a reason afterward. Maybe it was their tone. Maybe it was their expression. Maybe it reminded you of someone. Maybe they seemed confident, but your brain may have already processed dozens of subtle cues before you consciously understood what you were responding to. This is one reason intuition can feel so mysterious. Intuition is not necessarily supernatural. It can be the result of your brain rapidly recognizing patterns based on previous experience. An experienced doctor may notice that something seems wrong with a patient before consciously identifying the exact reason. An experienced athlete may move before consciously thinking through the movement. A musician may know that a note sounds wrong before being able to explain exactly what is wrong with it. The brain has learned patterns. It can detect them extremely quickly, and conscious awareness may arrive afterward. But here is where the story becomes even more interesting. Your conscious mind can still influence what happens, even if automatic brain processes begin preparing an action. That does not mean consciousness is completely powerless. You can interrupt an action. You can change your mind. You can notice an impulse and decide not to follow it. Think about saying something angry during an argument. The words may appear in your mind almost instantly. You feel the urge to say them, but then you stop. You take a breath. You decide that saying them would make things worse. That pause matters. Your brain generated an impulse automatically, but another system evaluated the impulse and changed the outcome. So perhaps the conscious mind is not always the first part of the decision process. Maybe it is sometimes more like a monitor, evaluator, and editor. It can allow some impulses to continue and suppress others. This gives us a more complicated picture of decision-making. Instead of imagining one conscious self sitting at the center of the brain and controlling everything, it may be more accurate to think of decision-making as a competition between many processes. Some are fast, some are slow, some are emotional, some are analytical, some are conscious. Others happen completely outside awareness. The final action is the result of these systems interacting, and that may explain why people sometimes struggle to explain their own decisions. You might know what you chose without knowing exactly why. You might invent a reason afterward, or you might genuinely understand the reason, but only after the brain has already processed information unconsciously. This does not make your explanations meaningless. It simply means conscious reasoning is not always the beginning of the process. Sometimes it is part of the process, and sometimes it is the final interpretation of a process that started earlier. This is especially important when emotions are involved. You might instantly feel attracted to an opportunity. You might immediately dislike an idea. You might feel nervous around a particular person. The conscious mind can then search for evidence that supports the feeling. This can create a strange illusion. It can feel as though you consciously reasoned your way into the decision when your emotional response may have appeared first. But the opposite can happen too. You can consciously decide that something makes sense while your emotional systems continue resisting the decision. You tell yourself that everything is fine, but you still feel uneasy. Again, different systems are producing different signals. Your experience of choosing is the result of all of them interacting. So are we actually in control? Science does not give us a simple yes or no. What it does show is that conscious awareness is not the only process involved in decision-making. Your brain is constantly preparing, predicting, evaluating, and reacting before you become aware of every step. But that does not mean your conscious mind is irrelevant. Your ability to reflect, reconsider, inhibit impulses, learn from mistakes, and change future behavior is also part of how the brain makes decisions. The most fascinating possibility may be that consciousness is not a dictator. It is a participant. Sometimes the brain begins moving before you consciously realize where it is going. Sometimes awareness catches up and approves the direction. Sometimes it interrupts. Sometimes it changes the plan completely. And sometimes you only understand why you made a choice after the choice has already happened. That means the moment you feel yourself making a decision may not be the exact moment the decision process began. The brain may have been gathering information, weighing possibilities, activating emotions, and preparing actions long before you noticed. Your conscious mind simply becomes aware at a particular point in that process. And perhaps that is why decisions can sometimes feel so strange. You think you are the person who makes the choice, but the deeper mystery is figuring out exactly when the choice begins. How does the brain construct emotions from physical signals? To think about the last time your heart suddenly started pounding for no obvious reason. Maybe you were sitting quietly, scrolling through your phone, and then you noticed your heartbeat getting faster. Your chest felt tight. Your breathing changed. Your stomach felt strange. Your body was clearly doing something, but then something even stranger happened. Your brain had to figure out what all of those physical signals meant. Was it excitement, fear, stress, anticipation, maybe even attraction? The surprising part is that your brain does not simply read an emotion that already exists inside your body. It has to construct an explanation for what your body is experiencing, and that means something you probably consider completely automatic, something as basic as feeling afraid, happy, embarrassed, or anxious, may actually be your brain making its best guess in real time. Your heart beats faster, your breathing changes, your muscles tighten, your temperature shifts, hormones move through your bloodstream, your stomach reacts. Your brain receives all of these signals, but none of them arrives with a little label saying fear or excitement. There is no fear signal. There is no happiness signal. There are physical changes, and your brain has to make sense of them. This idea becomes much easier to understand if you imagine walking into a dark room at night. You hear a sudden sound behind you. Instantly, your body reacts. Your heart starts pounding. Your muscles become tense. Your attention locks onto the environment. You might even feel a wave of heat move through your body. But now imagine that you turn around and discover the sound came from your cat knocking something off a table. Your body may have reacted almost exactly the same way. The physical signals were real. Your heart really did speed up. Your muscles really did tense. But the emotional meaning changed because your brain received new information. This is where one of the most fascinating ideas in modern psychology comes in. Researchers have proposed that emotions are not simply triggered by events like buttons being pressed. Instead, the brain constantly combines information from your body with memories, surroundings, expectations, and previous experiences to construct what you are feeling. One influential theory associated with psychologist Lisa Feldman Barrett describes emotions as something the brain constructs using a process called prediction. Your brain is not sitting there waiting for reality to happen and then calmly recording it. It is constantly predicting what is happening. It uses everything it already knows to interpret incoming information. That includes signals from inside your body, something scientists call interoception. Interoception is your brain sensing the internal condition of your body, your heartbeat, your breathing, your hunger, your temperature, your stomach, your energy levels. Most of the time, you barely notice these signals, but your brain is paying attention. Imagine two people standing backstage before walking onto a stage. Both have racing hearts. Both are breathing faster. Both have sweaty palms. Both feel tension in their bodies. One person thinks, "I am terrified." The other thinks, "I cannot wait to do this." The physical signals can overlap dramatically, yet the emotional experience can feel completely different. Why? Because the brain is not only asking, "What is happening inside the body?" It is also asking, "What does this mean right now?" That question changes everything. Your brain uses context to interpret your physical state. If your heart is racing while you are running from danger, the experience may become fear. If your heart is racing while you are watching someone you love walk toward you, the same basic bodily arousal might become excitement or affection. The body provides information. The brain provides meaning, and this may explain something incredibly important about everyday life. Sometimes your feelings can be wrong, not fake, not imaginary. The physical experience is real, but the explanation your brain creates can be inaccurate. Think about anxiety. Your heart suddenly beats faster. Your chest feels uncomfortable. Your breathing becomes shallow. Your brain notices those changes and starts searching for an explanation. Maybe something is wrong. Maybe I am in danger. Maybe I cannot handle this. Those predictions can create even more physical changes, which then provide the brain with even more evidence that something is wrong. And suddenly, you have a feedback loop. Your brain predicts danger. Your body changes. Your brain detects those changes. It interprets them as evidence of danger. The body responds again. The feeling becomes stronger. This does not mean you can simply think your way out of every emotion. Human biology is far more complicated than that. But it does reveal something powerful about emotional experience. Your brain is constantly trying to keep you alive by predicting what your body needs and what the world might demand from you. When you are exhausted, a small problem can feel enormous. When you are hungry, you might become impatient over something that normally would not bother you. When you are physically calm and rested, the exact same situation can suddenly seem manageable. The outside world may not have changed. Your internal signals changed, and your brain constructed a different emotional reality from those signals. This is why emotions can sometimes feel like unquestionable facts. When you feel afraid, your brain does not present the experience as a theory. It feels real. When you feel rejected, the pain can feel physical. When you feel safe around someone, your entire body can relax before you consciously understand why. Your emotions are not meaningless inventions. They are your brain's attempt to make sense of an incredibly complicated stream of information. And perhaps the strangest part is this: you do not experience your body first, and then receive an emotion afterward like a notification. Your brain is continuously interpreting your body while the experience is happening. So the next time your heart starts racing, pause for a second. Do not immediately assume you know what the feeling means. Your body is sending signals. Your brain is interpreting them. And somewhere between those two things, your emotional experience is being constructed. Why do people see patterns that aren't really there? You are walking outside at night, and for a second, you swear you see a person standing in the distance. You stop. You look again. There is nobody there. Just a tree. A jacket hanging from a fence. Or maybe a shadow created by a streetlight. But for that brief moment, your brain was completely convinced there was a human figure standing there. And that little experience reveals something deeply strange about the way your mind works. Your brain does not simply show you reality. It is constantly trying to make sense of reality. And sometimes it would rather find a pattern that does not exist than miss a pattern that could matter. Look at the clouds for long enough, and you might see a face. Look at random shapes on a wall, and you may suddenly notice an animal. Listen to static, and you might think you hear someone speaking. See three events happen close together, and you might immediately connect them, even when there is no real connection between them. This tendency has a name. It is called apophenia, the tendency to perceive meaningful connections or patterns in unrelated information. And it is not simply a strange habit that a few imaginative people have. Your brain is built to search for patterns. In fact, it has to be. Imagine your ancestors walking through a forest thousands of years ago. They hear a sudden rustling sound in the bushes. There are two possibilities. Maybe it is the wind, or maybe it is a predator. If the brain assumes wind when it is actually a predator, the consequences could be disastrous. But if the brain assumes predator when it is actually the wind, the cost is usually much smaller. You get scared, you become alert, you waste some energy, then you discover there was nothing there. From a survival perspective, that is not necessarily a terrible mistake. The brain is often operating under an important rule. Better to detect something that is not there than fail to detect something that is. That ancient survival logic still exists inside modern humans. The problem is that our world is now filled with an enormous amount of information. Your brain is constantly processing faces, sounds, conversations, numbers, social signals, memories, advertisements, news, and thousands of tiny changes in your environment. It cannot carefully analyze every single piece of information from scratch. So it takes shortcuts. One of those shortcuts is pattern recognition. Your brain looks for familiar structures because familiar structures are easier to understand. And this is where things get really interesting. Sometimes your brain does not just detect patterns, it creates them. Suppose you flip a coin several times and get heads, 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 tails, heads. You might look at that sequence and feel like something unusual is happening. Maybe you think the next flip has to be tails. But the coin does not remember what happened before. Each flip is still independent. Your brain simply sees a sequence and starts searching for a story inside it. This is one reason humans can become convinced that random events are connected. A person buys a particular stock, and it suddenly rises. They remember the decision. Maybe they tell themselves they had a feeling about it. The next time they notice another opportunity, they trust that feeling even more. But perhaps the original success was mostly luck. The brain remembers the meaningful event more strongly than all the ordinary events surrounding it. That is another important part of the puzzle. Your brain is not a perfect recording device. It is a meaning-making system. It pays attention to what seems important, surprising, threatening, emotional, or personally relevant. That is why coincidence can feel almost supernatural. Imagine you are thinking about an old friend you have not spoken to in years. Later that same day, that person's name appears in a social media recommendation. Suddenly it feels strange. It feels like the universe is trying to tell you something. But consider how many names, faces, memories, and random pieces of information your brain encounters every day. Most of them disappear without leaving much of an impression. The coincidence stands out because it fits a pattern. Your brain connects the two events. Thinking about the person becomes event 1. Seeing their name becomes event 2. Your mind creates a bridge between them. And because the bridge feels meaningful, you remember it. This is closely related to something psychologists call confirmation bias. Once we believe a pattern exists, We tend to notice evidence that supports it and overlook evidence that does not. Imagine someone becomes convinced that people born under a particular star sign are more emotionally intense. They meet someone who fits the stereotype. They remember it. Then they meet another person who fits it. They remember that too. But the dozens of people who do not fit the pattern may barely register. The brain has effectively turned a belief into a filter, and once that filter is active, the world can appear to provide endless evidence. This is why pattern detection can become powerful in both helpful and harmful ways. Scientists depend on pattern recognition. Doctors use patterns in symptoms. Engineers recognize patterns in system failures. Musicians detect patterns in sound. Children learn language by discovering patterns between sounds and meaning. Your ability to recognize structure in chaos is one of the reasons human beings can learn so quickly. But the same ability can fool you. You can see intention where there is coincidence. You can see meaning where there is randomness. You can see a threat where there is only a shadow. And sometimes you can even see a pattern because you desperately want one to exist. That is the uncomfortable part. Your brain is not asking only, is this pattern real? It is also asking, does this pattern make sense based on everything I already believe? And those are very different questions. So the next time you notice a strange coincidence, a face in a cloud, a suspicious sequence of events, or what feels like a hidden message in completely random information, remember what your brain is doing. It is trying to reduce uncertainty. It is trying to turn chaos into something understandable. It is trying to transform thousands of disconnected pieces into a story. And sometimes, that ability helps you understand the world. Other times, it quietly invents a connection that was never there. The truly strange thing is that when your brain creates that pattern, it does not feel invented. It feels discovered. How can the mind believe something completely false? Imagine being absolutely certain that something happened to you, remembering the place, the people, the sounds, even the emotions you felt, and then discovering that the event never happened at all. Not that you misunderstood it. Not that someone gave you the wrong information. The event itself was false, yet your memory of it feels completely real. That is one of the most unsettling things about the human mind. We tend to think that believing something means our brain has examined the evidence and reached a reasonable conclusion. But the mind does not work like a courtroom. It is not constantly checking every belief against objective reality. Instead, it is trying to create a version of the world that feels coherent enough to navigate. And sometimes, that version can be completely wrong. The strange part is that false beliefs do not always feel false. If you believe something you know is untrue, you can usually recognize the difference. But when a false belief becomes deeply embedded, the feeling of certainty can be almost identical to the feeling of knowing something that is true. Your brain does not attach a little warning label to an idea saying this might be incorrect. It simply presents the idea as part of your reality. This is why two people can remember the same event differently, and both feel completely certain that their version is accurate. Memory gives us one of the clearest examples. You might remember being somewhere as a child, sitting in a particular room, seeing a certain object, hearing someone say something. You can almost see the scene in your head. But memory is not a video recording stored inside your brain. Every time you remember something, your brain reconstructs it. It pulls together pieces of the original experience, information you learned later, emotions, assumptions, and other memories that may be related. Then it rebuilds the event. That means remembering is not simply retrieving the past. In a very real sense, it is recreating the past. This helps explain why false memories can become so convincing. Imagine someone repeatedly tells you that when you were young, you once got lost in a shopping mall. At first, you might say you do not remember it. But if the story is repeated enough, your brain can begin searching for details that would make the story fit. You might imagine the mall. You might picture the people around you. You might remember feeling frightened. Eventually, those imagined details can become connected to your existing memories. The experience can start feeling familiar, and familiarity is something the brain often treats as evidence that something is true. Psychologists have demonstrated this in different ways through research on memory distortion and suggestion. One famous line of research has shown that people can sometimes develop detailed memories for events that did not actually happen, especially when the false information is introduced in a believable context. The important point is not that people are stupid or easily manipulated. The important point is that the brain is designed to fill gaps. When information is missing, it does not simply leave an empty space. It often tries to construct something that makes sense. And this happens far beyond memory. Think about how quickly you can become convinced that someone dislikes you. Maybe a friend sends a short message. You notice they used fewer words than usual. They do not respond immediately. Your mind starts filling in the missing information. Maybe they are annoyed with me. Maybe I said something wrong. Maybe they do not want to talk to me anymore. None of those conclusions are facts. They are interpretations. But once your brain creates a convincing explanation, you start noticing everything that supports it. Their next message seems cold. Their facial expression seems different. A small pause in conversation suddenly feels meaningful. This is where confirmation bias becomes powerful. Once the brain accepts an idea, it tends to pay more attention to information that supports that idea and less attention to information that challenges it. If you believe you are unlucky, you notice the things that go wrong. If you believe people cannot be trusted, you remember betrayal more easily than kindness. If you believe you are bad at something, one mistake can feel like proof, while 10 successful attempts barely register. The belief becomes a filter, and eventually the filter can make the belief feel self-evident. There is another reason this happens. Human beings hate uncertainty. Saying I do not know can feel uncomfortable, especially when something important is at stake. So the brain often prefers a clear explanation over an unresolved question. Even a wrong explanation can feel better than no explanation at all. If something unexpected happens, the mind immediately starts searching for causes. Who did it? Why did it happen? What does it mean? Once it finds an answer that feels satisfying, the uncertainty drops. That feeling of relief can make the explanation seem even more believable. And this is why being confident does not necessarily mean being correct. You can feel certain because an idea is familiar. You can feel certain because it fits your existing beliefs. You can feel certain because it explains something that was confusing. You can even feel certain because the idea has been repeated so many times that your brain has stopped questioning it. The uncomfortable truth is that your mind is not primarily designed to protect you from false beliefs. It is designed to help you function. It wants a usable model of reality, a model that lets you predict what might happen, decide what to do, understand other people, and make sense of your own experiences. Most of the time, that system works remarkably well. But when incomplete information, emotion, memory, repetition, and expectation come together, the mind can construct something that feels completely real without actually being true. And perhaps the most unsettling part is that you cannot simply look inside your own mind and identify every false belief. Some of your strongest beliefs may feel obvious precisely because you have stopped examining them. The brain does not usually announce when it is filling in the gaps. It just gives you the finished story and lets you experience it as reality. So when someone genuinely believes something that seems completely impossible to you, the deeper mystery may not be why they believe it. The deeper mystery is how often your own mind is doing something remarkably similar, quietly constructing certainty from fragments, assumptions, memories, and patterns, and making the final result feel like something you simply know. Why does music trigger powerful memories and emotions? There is something almost unsettling about hearing a song you have not heard in years and suddenly feeling like you have been transported somewhere else. You might be driving when an old song comes on, and within seconds, you are no longer fully focused on the road ahead. Your mind is back in a particular room at a particular age, surrounded by people you may not even speak to anymore. You remember the weather. You remember what you were wearing. You remember how you felt. Maybe you even remember a conversation you had forgotten completely. And somehow, a few seconds of sound just opened a door that you did not even know was still there. What makes this strange is that music is not supposed to contain those memories. The song is just sound, vibrations entering your ears, converted into electrical signals, processed by your brain. Yet somehow, those vibrations can bring back an entire emotional world, and sometimes the reaction is so powerful that you can feel it physically. Your chest tightens. You get goosebumps. Your heart changes its rhythm. You might suddenly feel happy, sad, nostalgic, peaceful, or even heartbroken without anything happening around you. The reason music can do this has a lot to do with the way the brain connects different kinds of information. A memory is rarely stored as one isolated piece of data. Instead, different aspects of an experience become linked together. Where you were, what you saw, what you smelled, who you were with, what you were thinking, and what you heard can all become part of the same network. Music can become one of those powerful links. That is why a song can sometimes work like a key. You hear the opening melody, and your brain recognizes it before you consciously think about it. That recognition can activate networks involved in memory and emotion, including regions such as the hippocampus and the amygdala. The hippocampus is heavily involved in forming and retrieving memories, while the amygdala plays an important role in emotional processing. When music activates both memory and emotion at the same time, the experience can feel much more vivid than simply remembering a fact. Think about the difference between remembering that you once lived somewhere and hearing the song you used to play every morning while you lived there. The first is information. The second can feel like an experience. Suddenly, you are not just remembering the place. You can almost feel the morning routine again. You remember the mood you were in. You remember what life felt like before everything changed. There is also something fascinating about how music interacts with the brain's reward system. When we listen to music we enjoy, the brain can release dopamine, a chemical involved in motivation, reward, and anticipation. Researchers studying music and the brain have found that pleasurable musical moments can engage reward-related brain regions. This helps explain why we do not simply like music. We often crave it. We replay the same song. We wait for our favorite part. We know the chorus is coming, and somehow the anticipation itself becomes enjoyable. Your brain is constantly predicting what comes next in music. It learns the rhythm, melody, harmony, and structure. When the music follows the pattern you expected, that can feel satisfying. When it breaks the pattern in an interesting way, that surprise can also feel rewarding. So music becomes this unusual combination of prediction, expectation, surprise, and emotional response. But memory makes it even more powerful. Imagine you had the happiest summer of your life when you were 16, and you listened to the same album almost every day. Years later, you hear one track from that album while sitting in your kitchen. You may suddenly experience a wave of nostalgia that seems disproportionate to what is actually happening. Nothing about your current environment explains the emotion. The kitchen is ordinary. The day is ordinary. But your brain is connecting the present sound to a much larger network of experiences. And this is why music can sometimes make people cry even when they are not consciously sad. The emotion may not be coming entirely from the song itself. It can come from everything the song represents. A relationship, a place, a version of yourself, a period of life that ended, someone who is no longer around, a dream you once had, a person you used to be. The song becomes attached to the meaning. This also explains why the same song can affect two people completely differently. One person hears a beautiful melody and feels calm. Another person hears exactly the same melody and feels devastated. The sound has not changed. The personal history attached to it has. Your brain does not experience music in isolation. It experiences music through you. And there is an especially interesting phenomenon called the reminiscence bump. People often have unusually strong autobiographical memories from adolescence and early adulthood. One reason may be that these years contain many first experiences and major changes in identity. First love, first heartbreak, new friendships, independence, important decisions, new environments. Music becomes deeply intertwined with those experiences, which may help explain why songs from those years can trigger such intense nostalgia decades later. This is also why music can be so important for people whose memory has been affected by conditions such as dementia. A familiar song can sometimes trigger responses even when other forms of memory are severely impaired. Researchers and clinicians have explored how music can provide access to autobiographical memories and emotional responses because musical processing involves multiple brain systems rather than relying on one single memory pathway. So the next time an old song suddenly stops you in your tracks, do not think of it as just nostalgia. Your brain may be doing something much more complicated. It is taking a pattern of sound and connecting it to memories, emotions, expectations, body sensations, and pieces of your personal identity. A melody can become attached to a moment, and that moment can become attached to a version of yourself. That is why music can make the past feel strangely close. You are not simply hearing the song again. For a few seconds, your brain is rebuilding the world that once surrounded it. How does the brain understand other people's minds? You are sitting across from someone, and they suddenly stop talking. Their face changes just slightly. Their eyes move away from you. Their voice becomes quieter. They say they are fine, but something in you immediately thinks, no, they are not fine. You do not know what they are thinking. You cannot see inside their brain. Yet somehow, you start building a picture of what is happening inside their mind. Maybe they are upset. Maybe they are embarrassed. Maybe they are hiding something. Maybe they are simply tired. In a fraction of a second, your brain starts generating possibilities about another person's private mental world. And that is one of the most extraordinary things your brain does every day. It allows you to interact with people whose thoughts you can never directly access. You cannot see someone's memories, intentions, fears, expectations, or private thoughts. All you have are clues, their facial expression, their voice, their body language, their behavior, their history, the situation around them. From those pieces, your brain tries to work out what another person might be thinking and feeling. Psychologists often describe this ability using the concept of theory of mind. It is the ability to understand that other people have minds of their own, and that those minds contain beliefs, desires, intentions, and knowledge that may be different from your own. You know something, but they may not know it. You believe something, but they may believe something completely different. You want something, but they may want the opposite. Understanding that difference is fundamental to human social life. Consider something as simple as watching a friend reach for their phone. You might assume they are checking a message, but maybe they are about to call someone. Maybe they are looking at the time. Maybe they are nervous and simply need something to do with their hands. Your brain does not wait for absolute certainty before interpreting the action. It makes a prediction based on everything it knows. This predictive ability is incredibly useful. Imagine trying to have a normal conversation if you had to consciously analyze every movement before understanding it. You would need to think about every facial expression, every pause, every change in tone. Human interaction would become exhausting. Instead, your brain handles much of this automatically. It constantly watches for patterns and uses them to predict what another person is likely to do next. But there is a catch. Your brain is not actually reading minds. It is guessing. Very sophisticated guessing, but still guessing. When you see someone smiling, you might assume they are happy, but they could be nervous. When someone avoids eye contact, you might assume they are hiding something, but they could simply be uncomfortable. When someone does not reply to your message, your brain may immediately construct a story about why. They are angry. They are ignoring you. They have lost interest. They are busy. They are upset. The same behavior can have completely different meanings depending on the person and the situation. This is why understanding other people's minds can sometimes go spectacularly wrong. Your brain has access to your own thoughts directly, but everyone else's thoughts have to be inferred. And because your own experiences are the information you know best, you naturally use them as a reference point. This can create something psychologists call the false consensus effect. People often overestimate how much other people share their beliefs, preferences, reactions, and attitudes. If you strongly dislike something, it can feel obvious that other people dislike it too. If you think a particular decision is completely reasonable, you may struggle to understand why someone else sees it differently. You are not necessarily being arrogant. Your brain is using its own internal model as a shortcut for predicting another person's mind. There is an even stranger effect called the curse of knowledge. Once you know something, it becomes difficult to imagine what it was like not to know it. Imagine you learn the ending of a mystery movie and then try to explain the story to someone who has never seen it. You may accidentally reveal information because your brain can no longer easily return to the person's original state of uncertainty. The information has changed your perspective, and your brain struggles to completely remove it. This ability to model other minds is also deeply connected to empathy. When someone is grieving, you can use your own experiences, memories, and knowledge to construct an approximation of what they might be experiencing. You do not literally feel their exact emotions. You cannot enter their mind, but your brain can create an internal model that helps you respond appropriately. That model can be incredibly powerful. You see someone crying, and before they explain anything, you already understand that something is wrong. You hear a person's voice crack slightly, and you sense that the conversation has become emotionally important. You watch someone walk into a room and immediately notice that their energy feels different. Your brain is processing an enormous amount of social information without you consciously asking it to. Some of this processing involves networks associated with mentalizing, including regions of the brain that become active when people think about other people's beliefs, intentions, and perspectives. The brain is essentially running simulations. What might this person know? What do they want? What are they likely to do? What do they think I am thinking? And that last question creates an almost infinite loop. You think about what someone else thinks about you. They might think about what you think about them. You might then change your behavior based on what you believe they believe about you. This is happening constantly in friendships, relationships, workplaces, families, and even brief encounters with strangers. But perhaps the most important thing to understand is that your brain can be extremely confident while being completely wrong about another person's mind. You can mistake nervousness for dishonesty. You can mistake silence for anger. You can mistake confidence for arrogance. You can mistake distance for rejection. And sometimes you can spend hours reacting emotionally to a story that exists almost entirely inside your own head. That does not mean you should stop trusting your instincts. Social intuition can be remarkably useful. It means recognizing what your brain is actually doing. It is not looking through a window into someone else's consciousness. It is building a model from clues, and that model can be accurate, inaccurate, or somewhere in between. Every conversation you have is therefore a strange psychological experiment. You are one mind trying to understand another mind using nothing but behavior, context, memory, and prediction. You never get direct access. You never get absolute certainty. And yet, somehow, this imperfect process is what allows human beings to form friendships, fall in love, cooperate, forgive, compete, teach, comfort, and understand one another at all. The remarkable thing is not that your brain can read other people's minds. It cannot. The remarkable thing is that with incomplete information, it can come surprisingly close. Why do we lose track of what we were about to say? You are in the middle of a conversation. You have a thought that feels completely clear, and you are just about to say it when suddenly it disappears. You know you were going to say something. You can almost feel the sentence sitting somewhere in your mind. But when you reach for it, there is nothing there. You pause. You stare at the person. You try to retrace what you were thinking, and somehow that makes it even worse. The more you search for the thought, the further away it seems to go. Then, sometimes minutes later, while you are doing something completely unrelated, the sentence suddenly comes back. It was there the entire time. So where did it go? This everyday experience reveals something fascinating about the brain. We often imagine thoughts as complete objects stored somewhere inside our heads, waiting for us to retrieve them whenever we want. But that is not really how thinking works. A thought is more like a temporary pattern of activity moving through several systems in the brain. When you are about to speak, your brain has to hold on to the idea, organize it into language, decide what information matters, and then coordinate the muscles needed to actually say it. All of that has to happen while the rest of the world is still competing for your attention. One of the most important systems involved is working memory. Think of working memory as the brain's temporary mental workspace. It allows you to hold information in your mind for a short period while you use it. You use it when you remember a phone number long enough to type it, when you keep track of what someone just said, or when you are mentally solving a problem. But working memory is limited. It cannot hold an unlimited number of thoughts at the same time. Now imagine you are about to tell your friend a story. You have the main idea in your head. You know what happened. Then your friend interrupts and asks a question. You answer them. Suddenly, the original thought is gone. That interruption may have pushed the fragile information out of the mental workspace before your brain had a chance to convert it into a stable verbal sequence. This is why distractions can be so powerful. You walk into another room to get something, and suddenly you cannot remember why you went there. You open your phone to check one thing, and 5 minutes later, you have completely forgotten what you originally intended to do. You start writing an email. Someone speaks to you, and when you return to the screen, the sentence you were constructing has vanished. Your brain was not necessarily failing. It was switching tasks. And switching tasks has a cognitive cost. When attention moves from one activity to another, the brain has to adjust what information is currently relevant. The thought you were holding may lose its priority. Once that happens, retrieving it can become surprisingly difficult. There is another strange part of this experience. Sometimes you do not forget the entire thought. You remember pieces of it. You know the general topic. You know the feeling of what you wanted to say. You might even know the first letter of the word you were looking for, but the actual word refuses to appear. This is called the tip of the tongue phenomenon. You are certain you know the word, but you cannot access it at that exact moment. Maybe you know how many syllables it has. Maybe you know what it means. Maybe you can picture the person associated with it, yet the word itself stays just outside conscious access. This happens because remembering a word is not one simple process. Your brain has to connect meaning, sound, spelling, and pronunciation. You may successfully activate the meaning without fully activating the sound pattern needed to speak it. That is why you can sometimes describe a word perfectly while being unable to say it. And then, of course, the word suddenly appears when you stop trying. That feels almost magical, but there is a reason it happens. When you stop deliberately searching, your brain can continue processing the problem in the background. Another thought, another association, or another cue may activate the missing information. Suddenly, the connection becomes strong enough to reach conscious awareness. This is one reason ideas often return while you are showering, walking, exercising, or doing something repetitive. Your attention is no longer completely consumed by the search, so your brain has room to make associations without the pressure of conscious effort. But there is something even more interesting about forgetting what you were about to say. Sometimes the thought disappears because the brain never fully encoded it in the first place. You may have the feeling that the thought was complete because you experienced the intention to say something. But an intention is not necessarily the same thing as a fully formed memory. You might think, I need to tell them about that thing from yesterday. That intention feels like information, but it may not contain enough detail to reconstruct the actual thought once your attention moves elsewhere. So when the thought disappears, you are not necessarily losing a complete sentence. You may be losing a fragile mental outline that was never fully stored. This also explains why certain environments can suddenly bring forgotten thoughts back. You walk into the same room where you originally had the idea. You see the same object. You hear the same sound. Suddenly the missing thought returns. The environment provided a cue. Your brain connected the cue with the unfinished memory. And there it was. This is why context matters so much for memory. The brain does not store information completely separate from the circumstances surrounding it. Locations, sounds, emotions, sensations, and other details can become retrieval cues. So the next time you forget what you were about to say, do not immediately assume your memory is getting worse. Your brain may simply be doing what it normally does. It is managing limited attention, competing information, temporary memories, language systems, and countless signals from the environment all at once. The thought you lost may not have disappeared. It may simply have fallen below the level of attention. And sometimes, when the right cue appears, your brain can pull it back from the background so quickly that you realize something strange. You were never completely empty-minded. The thought was still somewhere in the system. You just temporarily lost the path to it. How does the mind adapt when part of the brain is damaged? To imagine waking up one morning and discovering that something you could do effortlessly yesterday has suddenly become difficult. Maybe your right hand will not move properly. Maybe you can understand what people are saying, but you cannot find the words to answer them. Maybe you can see the world, but part of it seems to have disappeared. The terrifying part is not only that something has been lost. It is that your brain, the thing you use to understand what is happening, has also been changed by the injury. And yet, sometimes something remarkable begins to happen. The brain starts reorganizing itself. For a long time, people imagined the adult brain as something relatively fixed. Once the brain developed, each region was thought to have its assigned job, almost like rooms in a building. One area handled movement, another handled vision, another handled language. If one area was seriously damaged, the assumption was that whatever function depended on that region was simply gone. But modern neuroscience has revealed something much more complicated and much more hopeful. The brain is not completely fixed. It has an ability called neuroplasticity, which means that its structure and activity can change in response to experience, learning, and injury. That does not mean the brain can always repair itself completely. It cannot simply grow a replacement for every damaged area. Severe injuries can cause permanent changes, and some abilities may never fully return. But the brain can sometimes find alternative ways to accomplish tasks that once depended heavily on damaged tissue. Other networks can become more active. Connections between neurons can strengthen. Undamaged regions can sometimes take on parts of a function that was previously handled somewhere else. Think about learning to play a musical instrument. At first, moving your fingers correctly feels awkward. You have to consciously think about every movement. But with practice, the task becomes easier. Your brain is changing as you practice. Networks involved in movement, attention, memory, and coordination become more efficient at working together. Now imagine something goes wrong and part of that system is damaged. The brain may have to learn again, but this time it is learning under completely different conditions. This is one reason rehabilitation after a stroke can be so demanding. A person may have lost movement in an arm, but physical therapy repeatedly encourages the brain to attempt those movements. At first, almost nothing happens. Then perhaps a tiny movement appears. With repeated practice, the nervous system can strengthen useful connections and improve coordination. Progress can be painfully slow, but the repeated effort gives the brain information about what the person is trying to accomplish. There is an important principle here. The brain changes partly because it is being used. If a person stops using an injured limb completely, the brain may receive less reason to maintain the networks associated with that movement. But if therapy encourages controlled use, the brain gets repeated signals that this function still matters. Over time, the nervous system can adapt. This does not mean practice is magic. Recovery depends on many factors, including the location and severity of the injury, the person's overall condition, timing, rehabilitation, and the specific function that was affected. But the existence of neuroplasticity changes the way scientists think about recovery. Instead of asking only what was destroyed, researchers can also ask what can still be trained, strengthened, or reorganized. One of the most fascinating examples involves language. Imagine someone suffers damage to brain regions that normally support speech. They may know exactly what they want to say, but struggle to produce the words. During recovery, activity in other language-related regions can change. In some cases, areas that were not previously doing most of the work can become more involved in language processing. The brain is essentially trying to redistribute the workload. It is almost as if a city loses one of its major roads. Traffic does not necessarily stop forever. Other roads can become more important. New routes can develop. Traffic patterns can change. The original road may have been the most efficient route, but the system can sometimes adapt around the damage. The brain works in a much more biological and complicated way, but the basic idea is similar. It is not a collection of isolated parts. It is a network of interconnected systems, and that creates another surprising possibility. Sometimes the brain can change even when there has been no obvious injury. Every time you learn something new, practice a skill, change your habits, or repeatedly focus your attention on something, your brain is adapting. The same basic machinery that helps the brain respond to injury also allows you to learn throughout life. But there is a darker side to this flexibility. Plasticity does not automatically mean improvement. The brain can strengthen useful patterns, but it can also strengthen unhelpful ones. If someone repeatedly performs a movement incorrectly after an injury, the nervous system can become better at that incorrect movement. If a person constantly avoids using a weakened limb, that avoidance can become part of the pattern. This is why rehabilitation often focuses not simply on doing something repeatedly, but on doing it correctly and progressively. The brain is extremely adaptable, but it adapts to what you repeatedly give it. That idea becomes even more astonishing when you consider that your sense of self can sometimes survive major changes in the brain. A person may lose a specific ability while remaining recognizably themselves. Their memories, personality, relationships, preferences, and awareness can continue even though certain parts of their neurological system have been disrupted. It shows us that the mind is not located in one tiny place. Your identity is supported by a huge network of interacting systems. Your ability to speak is not the same thing as your ability to understand. Your ability to move is not the same thing as your ability to remember. Your ability to recognize a face is not the same thing as your ability to recognize a person emotionally. Different systems can be affected differently, and that is why brain injuries can produce such strangely specific changes. Someone may be unable to name an object but still know exactly what it is used for. Someone may recognize a familiar face but struggle to say the person's name. Someone may be unable to move a limb voluntarily while still experiencing sensations from it. The brain does not simply switch off as one complete machine. It can break in specific ways because it is made of specialized but deeply connected systems. And when part of that system is damaged, the remaining network does not always sit there helplessly. It can respond. It can reorganize. It can learn. It can sometimes find another route. That may be one of the most remarkable facts about the human brain. The same organ that allows you to learn how to walk, speak, remember, and understand the world can also change its own internal organization when the world suddenly changes around it. The brain is not just the thing that learns. In many situations, the brain itself is what has to learn how to keep functioning after everything has changed. Why do certain memories become emotionally unforgettable? There are some memories you can barely remember at all. You forget what you ate last Tuesday. You forget most of the conversations you had last month. You can walk through the same street every day for years and struggle to remember what was around you on any particular afternoon. But then there are other moments that seem almost impossible to erase. You remember exactly where you were when you received terrible news. You remember the face of someone you loved standing in front of you. You remember the sound of a voice, the smell of a room, the weather outside, and the strange feeling in your body. Years can pass, your life can completely change, and somehow that moment can still feel close. Why does the brain do this? Why can one ordinary afternoon disappear almost completely while one emotionally intense moment stays with you for decades? The answer begins with something your brain treats as extremely important. Emotion. When something emotionally powerful happens, your brain does not process it in exactly the same way it processes an ordinary event. Strong emotions can change the way attention, memory, and learning interact. When something feels threatening, exciting, meaningful, or deeply personal, your brain becomes more alert to what is happening. You notice more. You focus more. And some of the systems involved in forming memories become more strongly engaged. This is where the amygdala becomes important. The amygdala is involved in processing emotional significance, particularly in situations involving threat and other powerful emotional experiences. When the brain detects that something matters, the amygdala can influence memory systems, including the hippocampus, which is heavily involved in forming and retrieving memories. Think about hearing unexpected news that changes your life. Your attention narrows. Your body reacts. Your heart might start beating faster. Your surroundings suddenly seem unusually vivid. The conversation becomes important in a way that ordinary conversations are not. Your brain is essentially saying, "Remember this," and that is one reason emotionally intense events can become so deeply embedded. But there is a strange contradiction here. A memory can feel extremely vivid and still be inaccurate. That is because emotional strength and factual accuracy are not the same thing. You might remember the feeling of an event with incredible certainty while getting some of the details wrong. You might remember exactly how shocked you felt when something happened but misremember the precise words someone said. You might confidently remember where you were standing even though later evidence suggests you were somewhere else. Emotion can make a memory feel stronger without making every part of that memory perfectly accurate. This is important because we often assume that vivid memories must be reliable memories. They are not necessarily. Your brain is not storing a perfect recording of the event. It is storing and reconstructing information through a complicated network of perception, emotion, attention, and later experiences. And every time you remember something, you are potentially changing it. Imagine looking at an old photograph from a family event. You remember the day. Then someone tells you a story about something that happened in the background. You hear that story several times. Eventually, details from the story can become mixed with your own memory. Your memory can absorb information that was not part of your original experience. This is one reason emotional memories can be so strange. The emotional core may remain incredibly powerful while the surrounding details shift over time. There is another reason certain memories refuse to disappear. They are connected to who you believe you are. Your brain does not treat every event as equally relevant to your identity. Some experiences become part of your personal story. The first time you fell in love, the moment you became a parent, the day you moved away from home, the moment you failed at something you desperately wanted, the day someone important entered your life, the day someone important left it. These memories are not simply information about the past. They help define your understanding of yourself. And when a memory becomes connected to identity, it can be repeatedly revisited. You tell the story. You think about what it meant. You explain it to someone. You compare your current life with the person you were back then. Every time you revisit the memory, you are giving it another opportunity to remain psychologically important. This is also why painful memories can sometimes feel impossible to escape. The brain has learned that the event matters. Something in the present reminds you of it, and suddenly the emotional response returns. A smell, a song, a location, a particular sentence, even a facial expression. You may consciously know that you are safe now, but your body can still react as if the old experience is happening again. That does not mean the memory is controlling you forever. Memory is changeable. When a memory is retrieved, it can become temporarily more flexible before being stored again. This process is often discussed in neuroscience as memory reconsolidation. Researchers have found evidence that when memories are reactivated, the brain may have an opportunity to update them with new information. That idea is fascinating because it suggests that remembering is not always simply replaying the past. Sometimes remembering can become part of changing how the past is represented in the mind. This helps explain why emotional memories can evolve. The event itself never changes, but your relationship with the event can. Something that once felt like the worst moment of your life may eventually become a lesson. A painful breakup may later become a story about growth. A childhood failure may eventually become something you barely care about. The memory remains, but its emotional meaning changes. And that is perhaps the most important distinction. A memory does not have to disappear for its power to change. Your brain can keep the event while gradually changing what the event means to you. That is why emotionally unforgettable memories are not simply the memories that hurt the most. They are memories your brain has decided matter. They contain emotion. They contain meaning. They connect to your identity. They may have changed what you expected from the world. And because of that, your brain keeps returning to them. So when you suddenly remember something from 10 or 20 years ago and wonder how you could possibly still remember it so clearly, there may be a reason. Your brain did not preserve every moment of your life. It selected certain moments as important. And sometimes the strongest memories are not the ones you consciously chose to keep. They are the ones your brain decided you could not afford to forget. How does the brain distinguish imagination from reality? To close your eyes and imagine biting into a lemon. Really imagine it. Picture the yellow skin, the sharp smell, the juice hitting your tongue. You might notice something strange happening. Your mouth may start producing saliva. Your face might tighten slightly. For a moment, your body reacts to something that is not actually happening. There is no lemon in your mouth. There is no taste on your tongue. Yet your brain has created enough of the experience for your body to respond. Now imagine something more powerful. Picture yourself standing on the edge of a very tall building and looking straight down. You know you are sitting safely in your room, but your stomach may suddenly drop. Your palms might become sweaty. You may even feel a small wave of fear. Nothing around you has changed, but your brain has generated an experience convincing enough to trigger a physical reaction. So how does your brain know what is real and what is imagined? The surprising answer is that the difference is not always as obvious to the brain as it feels to you. Your brain is constantly creating internal simulations. Every time you remember something, predict what might happen, imagine a conversation, plan your future, dream at night, or picture something that does not exist, your brain is generating patterns of activity that can overlap with the patterns used during actual perception. The difference is not that imagination uses a completely separate brain. The difference is partly in how the information is generated, monitored, and connected to the outside world. When something actually happens, information enters through your senses. Light reaches your eyes. Sound reaches your ears. Pressure reaches your skin. Your brain processes those signals and builds an internal representation of what is happening around you. But when you imagine something, the direction is different. Instead of information coming from the outside world and being processed inward, your brain generates an internal prediction and experience from within. This distinction is incredibly important. Imagine you are sitting at home and suddenly hear a loud crash from another room. Your brain immediately searches for an explanation. Maybe something fell. Maybe a door slammed. Maybe someone dropped an object. The sound came from the outside, so your brain has sensory evidence to work with. Now imagine that same sound in your head. You can remember it. You can mentally replay it. You can even imagine it becoming louder. But something about the experience is different. You know you are generating the sound internally because your senses are not providing the same evidence from the environment. The brain has systems that help monitor this difference between information that comes from outside and information generated internally. One important concept is source monitoring. Your brain does not only remember information, it also tries to determine where that information came from. Did I actually see this? Did someone tell me about it? Did I imagine it? Did I dream it? Did I infer it? Those questions may sound simple, but the brain does not always answer them correctly. That is why false memories can happen. Imagine hearing a story about an event that happened to someone else. Later, you remember the event, but over time you may lose track of where the information originally came from. The details remain, but the source becomes unclear. You may eventually experience the memory as something you personally witnessed. The information is real inside your mind, but the source is wrong. This becomes even more interesting when imagination is repeated. If you repeatedly imagine doing something, your brain becomes increasingly familiar with the mental representation of that event. Familiarity can sometimes make an imagined event feel more believable. This does not mean imagining something automatically creates a false memory. It means that repeated mental simulation can blur the boundary between what was experienced and what was internally generated, especially when the original source is no longer clear. Dreams provide an even stranger example. During a vivid dream, you can experience an entire world that feels completely real. You can see people who do not exist, travel to places you have never been, hear conversations that never happened, and experience emotions that feel intense enough to affect your body. While dreaming, the brain can generate a remarkably convincing reality without the normal stream of sensory information from the outside world. And yet, when you wake up, the experience can suddenly seem impossible. Why? Because your brain has access to new evidence. You look around. You recognize your room. You remember where you actually went to sleep. The outside world gives your brain information that contradicts the dream. Reality wins because the sensory evidence is stronger and more consistent. But here is where things become uncomfortable. Your brain can sometimes make imagination feel so convincing that you temporarily respond to it as if it were real. Think about anxiety. You imagine something going wrong. Maybe you picture failing an important presentation. You imagine everyone staring at you. You imagine forgetting what to say. You imagine the embarrassment. Your body can begin responding before anything has happened. Your heart rate can change. Your muscles can tense. Your attention can narrow. The imagined future has created a real physical reaction in the present. The event is imaginary. The response is real. This is one reason the mind can become trapped in cycles of worry. The brain is designed to prepare you for possible futures. When the imagined future feels threatening enough, the body can respond before the event ever arrives. The same system can work in the opposite direction. Athletes mentally rehearse movements before competitions. Musicians imagine performances. Speakers visualize themselves delivering a presentation. The brain can use internal simulation to prepare the body for something that has not happened yet. In that sense, imagination is not simply a distraction from reality. It is one of the brain's most useful tools for dealing with reality. Your brain constantly asks what might happen next and builds possible scenarios. Some are accurate. Some are completely wrong. But generating possibilities allows you to prepare. The problem comes when the brain loses track of the difference between possibility and fact. A thought can feel vivid without being true. A memory can feel detailed without being accurate. A prediction can feel certain without being inevitable. A fear can feel immediate even when there is no immediate danger. That is why learning to question the source of a mental experience can be so important. Did this actually happen, or did I imagine it? Did I observe this, or did I assume it? Am I remembering an event, or am I remembering something someone told me? Is this happening right now, or am I reacting to something I think might happen? These questions create a little distance between the experience and the conclusion, and that distance matters. Because the human brain does not simply record reality. It predicts it. It remembers it. It simulates it. It imagines it. And sometimes those processes become so convincing that the mind has to work surprisingly hard to determine which world it is currently experiencing. The strange truth is that your brain does not need something to be real before it can make you feel something about it. Sometimes all it needs is a convincing enough possibility. How does the mind experience the same event completely differently? Two people can stand in the exact same room, watch the exact same thing happen, hear the exact same words, and walk away with completely different experiences. One person thinks it was funny. The other thinks it was insulting. One remembers feeling safe. The other remembers feeling threatened. One tells the story years later and laughs, while the other tells the same story and still feels angry. So what changed? The event was the same. The people were different, and that difference reveals something incredibly important about the human mind. We do not experience reality exactly as it happens. We experience reality through the brain we bring to it. Imagine two people sitting in a crowded restaurant when a waiter suddenly drops a glass. The crash is loud. Everyone turns around. One person laughs because they remember working in a restaurant and making the same mistake. Another person becomes irritated because they are already stressed and the noise feels overwhelming. Someone else barely reacts because they are distracted by a serious conversation. The sound itself was identical, but the emotional experience was completely different. The brain did not simply receive the sound and produce one universal response. It interpreted the sound using everything that was already happening inside each person's mind. This is because perception is not just about taking information in. Your brain is constantly interpreting information. It uses your memories, expectations, beliefs, current emotional state, past experiences, and even your physical condition to decide what something means. The world sends information toward your brain, but your brain also brings its own predictions to the world. That is why two people can look at the same situation and notice completely different things. Think about walking into a party. One person sees a room full of possibilities. They notice friendly faces, music, laughter, and people they want to meet. Another person walks into exactly the same room and immediately notices the people looking at their phone, the group that is already talking without them, and the person who did not smile back. Neither person is necessarily imagining the room. They are simply giving different parts of the environment more attention. Their brains are searching for information that fits what they already expect. And this becomes even more powerful when emotion enters the picture. If you are already anxious, your brain becomes more sensitive to signals that could indicate danger or rejection. A neutral facial expression may look unfriendly. A short message may feel angry. A delayed response may feel like rejection. But if you are relaxed and confident, you might interpret the exact same signals as completely ordinary. The outside event did not change. Your internal state changed the meaning of the event. Scientists have found that expectations can influence perception itself. Your brain does not simply wait for sensory information and then figure everything out from scratch. It uses previous experience to make predictions about what it is likely to encounter. This is useful because the world contains far more information than your brain could consciously process. Prediction allows the brain to focus on what seems important and fill in information that may be incomplete. But prediction can also create mistakes. If you expect someone to be angry with you, you may interpret their silence as anger. If you expect a particular place to be dangerous, you may notice every unusual sound while ignoring everything that suggests you are safe. If you expect yourself to fail, a small mistake can become enormous evidence that your expectation was correct. The mind is not deliberately lying to you. It is trying to make sense of incomplete information using the best model it currently has. This is also why childhood experiences can influence how adults experience situations that look completely different. Someone who grew up in an unpredictable environment may become highly sensitive to changes in another person's voice or mood. A raised voice that seems harmless to one person may immediately feel threatening to another. Someone who has experienced rejection may become extremely alert to signs that another person is pulling away. Their reaction may seem excessive from the outside, but internally, their brain may be responding to a pattern that has been learned over many years. The same thing happens with positive experiences. Someone who has been encouraged and supported may interpret a difficult challenge as an opportunity. Someone who has repeatedly been criticized may interpret that same challenge as proof that they are not good enough. The event becomes filtered through the history of the person experiencing it. This is why saying, "Just do not take it personally," can be much harder than it sounds. If something activates a deeply learned emotional pattern, the reaction can happen before conscious reasoning catches up. Your body may tense, your attention may narrow, your emotions may rise. Only afterward do you begin asking what actually happened. And memory makes the situation even more complicated because we do not preserve experiences as perfect recordings. When we remember an event, we reconstruct it. That reconstruction can be influenced by how we feel now, what we have learned since then, and the story we have repeatedly told ourselves about what happened. Two people can therefore experience the same event differently in the moment and remember it differently years later. This does not mean there is no objective reality. The event happened. Something was said. Something occurred. But the psychological experience of that event is constructed by each individual brain. Reality provides the raw information, while the mind adds interpretation, meaning, emotional significance, and prediction. That is why the same criticism can motivate one person and destroy another person's confidence. The same silence can feel peaceful to one person and terrifying to another. The same change can feel exciting to one person and threatening to someone else. We like to believe that people react to situations based on what actually happened. But in everyday life, people are often reacting to what they think happened, what they think it means, and what their previous experiences have taught them to expect. And once you understand that human behavior starts looking very different, the person who reacted strongly may not be reacting only to the present moment. They may be reacting to everything their brain has learned to associate with that moment. Two people can stand in the same place, witness the same event, and walk away carrying completely different realities. Not because one of them necessarily saw the world incorrectly, but because no human brain experiences the world without interpretation. How does the mind change our perception of our own body? Your body can be standing perfectly still while your brain tells you something is happening to it. You can feel pain without obvious damage. You can feel a missing limb that is no longer physically there. You can look at your own reflection and somehow feel that the person staring back at you does not look like you. Even stranger, you can sometimes change the way your body feels without changing the body itself. That sounds impossible until you realize something important. You do not experience your body directly. Your brain creates an internal model of your body, and your conscious experience depends heavily on that model. Think about the simple act of touching your hand. It feels obvious that you are directly experiencing your hand. But what you actually experience is the brain's interpretation of signals coming from your skin, muscles, joints, eyes, and other parts of your nervous system. Your brain combines all of that information and creates the sensation that this hand belongs to you and occupies a particular place in space. Most of the time, this process works so smoothly that you never notice it. But researchers have discovered that this sense of ownership can be surprisingly easy to manipulate. One of the most famous examples is the rubber hand illusion. In experiments, a person's real hand can be hidden from view, while a realistic rubber hand is placed where the person can see it. If the experimenter repeatedly strokes the visible rubber hand and the hidden real hand at the same time, the brain can begin to combine those signals. After a while, some people start feeling as though the rubber hand is actually part of their own body. The object has not changed. Their real hand has not moved. What changed was the brain's interpretation of where the body ends and the outside world begins. This reveals something incredibly strange about body perception. Your sense of having a body is not simply a fixed fact that your brain records. It is an active construction. The brain constantly asks where your body is, what belongs to you, and what is happening inside you. It combines touch, vision, movement, balance, and internal bodily signals to keep that model updated. And when the information does not match perfectly, the brain has to make a decision about what is most likely happening. Pain is one of the clearest examples. We often think pain is a direct measurement of physical damage. If something hurts badly, we assume something must be badly damaged. But pain is more complicated than that. Pain is an experience produced by the nervous system in response to information about potential threat to the body. Tissue damage can contribute to pain, but the relationship is not always simple or perfectly proportional. This is why two people can experience very different amounts of pain from similar injuries. Context matters. Fear matters. Attention matters. Previous experiences matter. Expectations matter. If your brain believes your body is in serious danger, it can increase the intensity of the experience. If the brain receives information suggesting that you are safe, the experience can sometimes become less intense. That does not mean pain is imaginary. This distinction is extremely important. When someone feels pain, the experience is real even if the amount of pain cannot be explained by visible tissue damage alone. The brain is producing a genuine experience based on its interpretation of the body's condition. Your expectations can also influence how you perceive your physical appearance. Look at yourself in a mirror on a day when you feel confident, and you may notice things you like. Look at the same face after a stressful day, and suddenly every small imperfection seems obvious. Your body has barely changed, but your perception of it has. This is partly because attention is selective. You cannot consciously process every detail of your body at the same time. Your brain decides what deserves attention. If you become focused on one feature, that feature can begin to feel much more important than it actually is. The more you inspect it, the more details you notice. and the more emotionally significant it can become. The brain also compares your current body with an internal standard. That standard can come from memory, social experience, expectations, and repeated exposure to certain images. This can influence body image in powerful ways. Two people with very similar physical characteristics can have completely different feelings about their bodies because their internal standards are different. There is another phenomenon that shows just how flexible body perception can be. People who have lost a limb can sometimes continue to experience sensations from that missing limb. They may feel that the limb is still present. They might experience movement, pressure, itching, or even pain. This is known as a phantom limb experience. How can someone feel a hand that no longer exists physically? Because the brain contains a representation of the body that does not disappear instantly when the body changes. The nervous system still has networks that were involved in representing that limb. The brain has to update its internal map, and that process can be complicated. This is one reason the boundary between mind and body is not as simple as we often imagine. Your brain is constantly receiving information from your body, but it is also interpreting and predicting that information. It does not simply wait for signals. It uses previous knowledge to anticipate what the body should feel like. That prediction can even influence basic bodily experiences. If you expect something to hurt, your brain may become more alert to signals associated with threat. If you expect a treatment to help, your expectations can sometimes influence how symptoms are experienced. This is part of what makes placebo effects so fascinating. A person's belief about an intervention can produce measurable changes in experience and sometimes in physiological processes, even when the intervention itself contains no active treatment. Again, this does not mean the person is pretending. The brain is part of the body. If the brain changes how it interprets the body, the experience of the body can genuinely change. Your sense of yourself is therefore partly built from an ongoing conversation between your brain and your physical body. Your heart beats, your stomach moves, your muscles stretch, your skin feels pressure, and your brain constantly collects those signals and turns them into a coherent experience of being you. Most of the time, you never notice that construction happening. You simply feel like you are inside your body. But experiments involving body ownership, pain perception, and phantom sensations reveal something much stranger. The body you experience is not just the body that exists physically. It is the body your brain believes exists. And sometimes, that internal version can be surprisingly different from the physical one. What limits how much the human mind can understand? 2. There is a strange moment that happens when you try to understand something far beyond your normal experience. You can read the explanation. You can follow every sentence. You can even know the answer mathematically, and yet some part of your mind still struggles to actually grasp what it means. Try to imagine 1,000,000,000,000 objects. Try to picture the size of the universe. Try to understand what it would mean for time to behave differently depending on how fast you are moving. Your brain can process the words, but the deeper meaning can feel almost impossible to hold on to. That is because the human mind has limits, and some of those limits are built directly into the way our brains work. The first limitation is attention. At any given moment, your brain is surrounded by an enormous amount of information. Sounds are coming from different directions. Light is entering your eyes. Your body is sending signals about temperature, pressure, balance, hunger, and movement. Memories are available. Thoughts are appearing. Emotions are changing. Yet you cannot consciously focus on all of it at once. Your attention has to select what matters and push most of the rest into the background. This is why you can sometimes become so focused on a conversation that you barely notice what is happening around you. It is also why you can walk into a room and completely miss something obvious when your attention is occupied. The information may have reached your senses, but conscious awareness is not simply a live feed of everything your brain detects. Your brain filters aggressively, and that filtering is necessary. Without it, your mind would be overwhelmed almost instantly. Imagine trying to consciously notice every sound in a crowded restaurant. The clinking glasses, conversations, footsteps, air conditioning, music, chairs moving, plates being placed on tables, and dozens of other noises would become impossible to organize. Instead, your brain selects what seems relevant. If someone across the room says your name, your attention can suddenly shift toward that sound. Your mind is therefore powerful partly because it ignores most of reality. The second limitation is working memory. You can only hold a limited amount of information in conscious awareness at one time. Try to remember a long sequence of random numbers after hearing it once. At some point, the information starts disappearing. But when the same information is organized into meaningful groups, it becomes much easier to remember. That tells us something important. The mind does not simply have a fixed amount of mental space. It becomes more efficient when information is organized into patterns and concepts. This is why an expert can understand something that looks impossibly complicated to a beginner. A chess grandmaster does not necessarily remember every individual position as separate pieces of information. They recognize patterns. A musician does not experience every note as an isolated sound. They hear structures. A scientist can look at a complicated equation and immediately recognize relationships that would take a beginner hours to identify. Expertise changes what the brain considers meaningful. But even experts have limits. Another major limitation is cognitive bias. Your brain does not approach every problem from a completely neutral position. It brings assumptions, expectations, previous experiences, emotions, and beliefs into the process. These shortcuts can help you make decisions quickly, but they can also distort your understanding. If you strongly believe something is true, you may unconsciously give more attention to information that supports it. If you are afraid of something, you may notice evidence that makes the threat seem more likely. If you are emotionally attached to a particular conclusion, changing your mind can become difficult even when new evidence appears. The problem is that these biases do not usually feel like biases while they are happening. They feel like common sense. That is one reason intelligence does not automatically protect someone from bad reasoning. A highly intelligent person can construct a very sophisticated argument for a conclusion that is completely wrong if the original assumptions are wrong. Then there is the limitation of language. Human beings use language to communicate ideas, but language itself shapes what we can easily think about. Some experiences are difficult to describe because the words simply do not capture them perfectly. Try explaining the exact experience of seeing a particular shade of blue to someone who has never been able to see. You can describe the wavelength. You can explain the physics. You can give examples, but the description is not the experience. This becomes even more complicated when we try to understand abstract concepts that do not have obvious physical equivalents. We can use mathematics, metaphors, diagrams, and models, But eventually we are still using tools created by human minds to represent something that may be far outside ordinary human intuition. This is why mathematics can sometimes reveal truths that our instincts cannot understand. Human intuition evolved for a very different world. Our ancestors needed to understand objects falling, animals moving, people interacting, distances, food, weather, and physical danger. They did not need an intuitive understanding of quantum mechanics or the geometry of space-time. So when modern science reveals something that contradicts everyday experience, the problem may not be that the science is too complicated. The problem may be that the human brain was never designed to intuitively understand it. There is also a limit created by time. You cannot learn everything. Even if you spent every waking hour studying, there would still be enormous amounts of knowledge you would never encounter. Every subject contains layers of complexity. Every answer creates new questions. The more you learn about something, the more you discover how much you did not know. This can feel frustrating, but it is also one of the most interesting features of intelligence. Understanding does not simply mean collecting more information. It means building better models. And models are always incomplete. Your brain needs simplified representations because reality itself contains more information than any biological system could possibly process. You do not need to understand every molecule in a chair to sit on it. You do not need to calculate the physics of every step to walk across a room. Your brain creates useful approximations that allow you to function without processing the entire universe. That is the secret behind much of human intelligence. We survive not because we understand everything, but because we understand enough. And perhaps the deepest limitation is that the mind cannot step completely outside itself. You are trying to understand the universe using a brain that is itself part of that universe. Every observation passes through the limitations of your senses, your memory, your attention, your language, and your reasoning. That does not mean we are trapped by our limitations. Science exists partly because humans learn to build tools that compensate for the weaknesses of the individual mind. Telescopes extend vision. Microscopes reveal what our eyes cannot see. Mathematics allows us to reason about patterns that intuition cannot handle. Computers extend memory and calculation. Experiments allow us to test beliefs against reality. The human mind may have limits, but human knowledge does not have to stop at the limits of any one person's intuition. And maybe that is the most fascinating thing about intelligence. The mind is powerful enough to discover its own limitations. It can recognize what it cannot easily understand, build tools to investigate it, and slowly push beyond what once seemed impossible. We may never understand everything, but the fact that we can understand that we cannot understand everything is itself a remarkable ability of the human mind.